Look at you guys. How are you?
Good, and you?
Take our picture. He's the cute guy.
Typewriter Emporium. How's it going?
Good. How are you, man?
Very good, very good.
Having a good time?
Yeah.
Gregory speaks very highly of you. I can't believe you're not hanging out in our Sunday morning groups all the time. I don't blame you. We see the. I think you may want to have another sign. I should put up one of the like another sign or something. I wouldn't blame her. Good luck finding parking.
Excellent.
We got some sparkling apple cider. You can come and have a party with us.
Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and I tried something a little new. Hopefully that turned out okay. Yes, so yeah, the countdown, seeing the countdown, it built my anxiety. So so I thought I would try a video that would be more distracting rather than, oh my goodness, we're about to go live. Anyway, hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today we are asking members and attendees and anyone to write a love poem for your typewriter, because it is Valentine's Eve. So, all right, we have a couple of people waiting, so let's let them in. Yeah. I did not do the typing prompt. I'm deep in the midst of marketing class, so yeah. Yeah, it's very, very intense. I think I mentioned that last week actually, but hello Ken, how are you?
Doing well. How's everything over there?
Very good, very good.
Are you on the East Coast or West?
West Coast.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. All
yes,
right.
yes. Yeah. Anything new with you, Ken?
No, my assignments are due this week, so I've been
Yeah.
camping out in the library, and
Yeah.
yesterday I put up a 3-monitor system so I can at
Oh,
the
wow.
house, my office, so I can get my Zotero on one side, my references on the other, and my papers on, try to get it
Oh,
all
wow.
information overload. But
Yeah.
oh,
Pretty soon you'll be surrounded by monitors.
yeah, all right. My desk is too small. It's getting too small.
Yeah.
I had to put a typewriter desk, well, kind of a desk over here to
Nice.
typewriter. It's just no room for it until I get
Yeah.
to photos. But
Yeah. At least it's in a place of prominence. We can see it there.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
It's an old Remington quiet writer,
very nice.
but yeah, it's a little, the only thing it's just not as refined as the Smith Coronas and the Hermes, but it's the best one I've got so far as reliability. I mean, it always works. And
You know what? That's all that matters. That
yeah.
is all that matters.
Well, it's got these spools on it that you have to take apart. You can't just put a
Yes.
spool in there.
Yeah.
So I have to find a way to wind the ribbon onto these spools. I don't know. Do they sell just the ribbon without the spools?
Yes. Well, Baco Ribbon will sell you a lot. I think our very own Bob Marshall from Typewriter Muse. I think he's selling normal length ribbon.
Oh, okay. All
just
right.
off the spools.
Another thing you could do.
What's the website?
Typewritermuse.com.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Great.
Another thing you could do if you have any of the like if you get a universal spool, sometimes they have a removable core, and that'll let you use it on Remington machines. That's what I did for my noiseless.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Oh, that's good to know.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here, Ken.
Thanks.
And Eric, how are you doing?
Good. Thanks. How's it going?
Good, good. Anything new with you?
No, not really.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. I don't know if did you start watching on YouTube? I'm just wondering because I tried a new intro and I'm just wondering if it worked.
Oh, I didn't start watching on YouTube.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I suppose I'll find out when I watch it back. But yeah, I was showing a video, so yeah, because the countdown it was making me anxious because the closer it would get to 0, I'd be like, oh my goodness, we're about to go live. So that's not the best way to start a live stream, because ordinarily when I start live streams, it's not a big deal, but it's the fact that there's a countdown that it makes it intensifies it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Excellent. How are the letters going?
Good. I am almost caught up. I've got 3 more. I had 9 at one point.
Yeah,
so kind of came in at the same time, but I've been getting through them.
Excellent, excellent. Very
so
good.
quick question, Eric. Did my letter get to you?
It did, yes, and I just mailed off my response to you yesterday.
Okay, excellent. That's all I wanted to know. Perfect.
Excellent, excellent. All right. Well, thank you for being here, Eric. And Sean, how are you?
Good. How are you guys? Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday. Happy Valentine's Eve.
Yes. Yeah, in case you're wondering, I do have a Valentine's related typewriter, but everything doesn't always have to be red, right? I mean, how's a rose held up?
Yeah, yeah.
Stem, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, my wife gave me grief this morning. She says, you should probably break out a red typewriter since it's Valentine's Day. And I was like, well, oh man. Anyway, so green is what I got. But yeah, otherwise all good.
Excellent, excellent. Very good. So now I know you have red typewriters. It just didn't happen to be the one you were using, right?
Yeah, yeah, I've got a Valentine and a Royal Quiet Deluxe, and yeah, I think that's about. Oh, and a couple of the Underwood, like a red Underwood Champion from the 30s, and
yeah,
a red Continental. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, over the years you end up, for those of us who have gotten past 2 typewriters, you end up realizing, gosh, you have a lot of colors that you don't always think about. So yeah, I've got a number of reds now. I could actually put together, if I had enough floor space, probably a flower out of green and red typewriters, which would be super
there you go.
Cool, but yeah, floor space.
Now here's a curious question. How often do you use your Valentine?
Not as much as I should. I keep it right here by my desk versus in the rest of the collection because it's in that really super usable, easy case, right? So it's so easy to pull out. But Yeah, I don't use it as much as I probably should. It was a little squeaky and weird. Like it wasn't a high-end typewriter, right? It was a cheap low-end typewriter in its day. So you can sort of feel that sometimes when you type with it, and it's just like, I don't know, it's not always the most glorious typing. It's a beautiful typewriter, design-wise beautiful, but it's just sort of it's an okay typewriter. So I don't use it as much as I should.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, it was designed to be the coolest typewriter on campus, and was
It was.
designed to be and designed to be affordable for the average college student at the time.
Yeah, and it's not true anymore, because when I walk around the university with it, people are like, "What a loser." So things have changed.
Yes. Yeah. Now, Sean, I did happen to watch a bit of Type Pulse. I think it's from 2 weeks ago, and you had that Smith Corona Sterling.
Yeah, the Sterling. Yeah, last week. Yeah, the Sterling.
Oh, that is a beautiful machine.
Yeah, it took me probably about 28 hours all told to get it all polished, because it's probably had about 30 years worth of tarnish on it. So
yeah,
I know you'll understand, William, when you got put to work cleaning your mother or your grandmother's silver.
yep.
I forgot how crappy that is. And Kimberly mentioned it last week, and she's like, I don't know, that's not so fun. And I'm like, oh, I'm just going to wipe a couple times and boom, it'll be shiny. Yeah, no, it didn't work out that way.
Oh,
You get the silver duct, get the silver, get the polishing rags. And
I bought every silver concoction known to man at Canadian Tire and online to try to find the easiest, laziest way to clean silver. And yeah, I still ended up having to put in a lot of work. I got little Schwarzeneggers here now.
yeah.
Excellent.
But she's ready for the Herman's beauty pageant.
Yeah, it is. I got to tune it a bit. I haven't gotten into that yet. It's weird with a typewriter like that. It's so super neat, but I'm sort of like, I don't feel like flipping it over and getting underneath it and working on it. I know I will, and I have to, but it's I don't know. It's a bit of a departure from a normal typewriter, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be looking out for it. The virtual Herman's, the beauty. Come on.
Well, there's I've heard of a couple other typewriters that are going to be showing up at the beauty contest that I think are absolutely hands down winners.
Really?
And oh yeah, there's a couple of neat things that are going to be popping in there. So part of me is like, I'm not going to enter anything except something normal so that I can give them a better chance of winning, because I think they're super neat, these ones that are showing up. So I don't know, I'm still toying with the idea.
I think she deserves to be in there.
Yeah. Well, there's not many of them that'll show up. It's probably not like we'll dress the same as somebody else.
Well, but I mean, think of like, Miss America or Miss Worlds or whatever. It's not like the other contestants are ugly. We all know that they're like, everyone's beautiful.
Oh, you know what? Even the ugly typewriters are beautiful, and that's the way we sort of love them all. So.
It won't take away anybody's thunder if you put her in.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thanks, Kimberly. You're a good support.
And not to mention, it's not about winning or losing. It's about participating.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I love participating, and I'm not a competitive guy in that way. Like I won't try to overwhelm somebody, and I'm not a typewriter snob, and I don't want to be seen as that. And I'm just part of the community that we all are, and we all have our things we collect and love, and that is so. That typewriter sort of makes me feel a bit. I like it. It's super neat, but I sort of feel a bit like, rather you people with plastic typewriters, and I don't want to convey that at all. So I was always reluctant to even, show it, but you can't not. There's just not enough pictures of that kind of typewriter out there in the world, and the ones you find are only on, some of the high-end websites, and so there's just not a lot there. And I want to share it. I want people to see it and appreciate it, and hopefully, if they ever visit, touch it and type on it.
Yeah. Well, when you were showing it, we could tell you were very humble about it, and you weren't like, oh my goodness, look what I have, and you don't.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Were you going to say something, William?
I guess I've noticed that the people who join Typewriter seem to be more community-minded as opposed to snobbish. We're a group, we're a get-together, we're a bunch of basically ordinary everyday folk who just say a common interest, and hey, I've got, let's share, let's
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay to be excited and proud of the ugly plastic
Oh, yeah.
ones.
Hey, we all got them.
And
It's
it's
probably
and,
the greatest typers.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's almost as though we can say, hey, someone on my team has one of these.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
absolutely do. I highlight all of you with my bragging rights. Hey, my friend so and so has this.
Yeah.
Let me talk to the guy with the silver thing. I know him. I said to somebody online the other day, they were questioning me about Olivetti Studio 44 serial numbers, and so I'm going to ask Ted about it. And so the serial numbers, if you look at the Olivetti 44 serial numbers on the typewriter database, they sort of start at a low number, go to a high number, and then start over at a low number, but there's no explanation there. So this lady emailed me and she said, "Huh, what's with this? You know, it's either 1952 or it's 1962. It's hard to tell because there's no explanation." I said, "Well, let me talk to Ted Monk. I'm talking to him this weekend." She's like, "Oh, you know people." And I'm like, "No, just show up to typewriter database and you can ask them if you want. And then everybody's on the in." And she's like, oh, okay. Well, I thought you had some sort of, you knew people in high places. I'm like, the people we think are in high places are just like us. They just do different things and they've been around longer. So it was funny.
Yeah.
Like Kimberly says, "Well, you get every typeface I ever wanted."
Yeah, I like typefaces.
I've just been collecting for 12 years, that's all.
Excellent. And how are you, William?
Doing very well. The last 2 weeks I wasn't here because we were kind of tied up with church type things. And I know you're not supposed to talk religion, but when you have a good faith and good congregation members you like to visit with, it's nice to be able to get together and share some social time and learn from the word and just be spiritually enlightened.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Now,
Like a family, just like our Type Pal family.
Yeah. Very similar.
Now, I did get a lovely letter from Marina.
Oh, there she is.
Thank you, Marina. Yes. Now, I don't know if anybody always really reads the member forum, but Roman R posted a question on best way to get new type pals.
Yeah, I'm guilty of not checking the forums as much as I should.
Yeah. Anyhow, and so I'll just sign into the site here and go on to.
Yeah, I read it, I checked, but he had quite a few good answers. I didn't have anything extra. I'm like, yeah, that's what I would have said.
Yeah. And so Roman asked best practices for new type pen pals, for new pen pals. And hey folks, a warm hello from a newly joined member. I see there's quite a collection of people here in the directory. Is there a best practice for starting up correspondence with folks? It is reasonable to message people directly, or have I overlooked this section for finding new pen pals? Cheers, Farah. Well, didn't I get so of course, me being me, I responded with a fairly long explanation. You have to take time to read it yourself. But didn't I get a letter from Roman?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and the first paragraph was, "Greetings, Mr. Lester. A hearty hello from the chillier than usual south of the US. My name is Roman, and I wish to say thanks for replying to my excessively pedantic question on the Type Pals forum about finding new pen pals. Up until now, I've been finding people to correspond with in many different groups, and it seemed that they all had quite a few rules and norms. I was hardly ready for the laissez-faire policy here."
And he used impressive.
Yeah, and so pedantic, I've never heard that word before. I asked my wife, who is a walking dictionary, pedantic. I know how to use it in the sentence, but I don't know how to explain it. So we looked it up online. And after she read the description, I said, that sounds a lot like my Uncle Kingsley.
Oh.
And Julian turned around to me and said, that sounds like all the rest I've ever known.
Oh.
So, Midnight in Paris, the pedantic one. Okay.
Oh,
from,
yes.
from Ken M.
Love that movie.
It's a good movie.
It was
So,
a
yes, and yes, and I also got I've got a letter from Roman, from Marina, from Andrew Smith, and one from William Shaw in Winnipeg. That's my haul for this week. It's great.
Nice.
Okay, carry on, people. I don't want to hog the stage here.
Ken, did you want to tell us about Midnight in Paris?
oh no, it's better to watch the movie. There was
Okay.
a guy that was very knowledgeable. He thought in art, and it was the personification of the word. So if you ever get a
Okay.
chance to watch the movie, it's good.
Okay, excellent. All right. And Kimberly, how are you?
Good. I just saw a new movie, the one with J-Lo and the Valentine's Day one, that what's it called? Marry Me?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of J-Lo's acting, but I mean, this was a role she was made for. It was basically about a singer, and she is a singer,
Yeah,
so it was
yeah.
cute. It was a cute movie, very fun.
Was it an action movie? Sounds like a lot of explosions and.
yeah, just my kind of movie. If it was an action movie, I wouldn't have gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to
More
say,
like a romantic comedy, but I wouldn't even necessarily call it a comedy. Just a feel good, just like one of those sweet
Okay.
little, like a candy coated sweet thing.
yeah.
A chick flick.
Okay.
Hey. Yeah.
Glad you said it.
Yeah, I have to say that she was in a TV show, and I can never remember the name. It was a police show, something blue or blue something, and she was really, really good in it. I was blown away, actually. I was like, wow, she can really act. So yeah.
I'll have to look that up. I mean, maybe I, didn't give her enough chance, but the only thing I really saw her in a couple of Maid in Manhattan, and I'm like, I can't believe I don't buy her as a maid. Like,
Yeah.
not because she couldn't. Like, I understand that, the culture where really smart people end up doing maid work or whatever, but just the way that she played the character, like, it was just too contrived.
Yeah.
Like, somehow she got this perfect position, and she's this secretly extra wise person. She could have been an office worker. I would have bought that.
Yeah.
Like, just the way she played the character, like, she had all this education and all these opportunities, but still somehow she's just going to do this maid service for a while. And I don't know. I think it was written poorly, and maybe that was it. Maybe she didn't have a good. You can't build a silk purse out of a sow.
Yeah. I looked it up just now. The TV show was Shades of Blue, from 2016 to 2018. It's an intense show. It's basically about bad cops. So it's pretty intense. Yeah.
They shot it all intense.
Yeah. So yeah. But anything else new with you, Kimberly?
No, nothing else new.
Okay.
Well, Mom found a typewriter. She took a picture of it. It's nice how when you have non-typewriter people now scouting for you and go, look what I found.
Yeah.
She found a typewriter in the store, Underwood Standard. And so she was asking me, is this any good? And I'm like, I don't know. I'll ask my typewriter friends.
Excellent.
So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for being here. And Marina, how are you?
Good, thank you. No new typewriters.
Okay.
I did miss out on a Smith Corona clipper in a beautiful shade of green with white keys. And I was so sad because
Oh.
it was definitely up there in my on my wish list.
One of the bright
So
greens.
it was just a beautiful, and it was immaculate too. It would have been a great purchase. So whoever got it, I'm hoping that they're going to use it because it was certainly a nice machine. But I do have a lead on a Smith Corona Super Sterling in a lovely shade of blue, which looks like
Nice.
a late 60s, maybe a 67. Does anybody like, is that a good machine?
They're all good. Those ones.
It looks, yeah,
Yeah, you can't go wrong with those. Definitely.
I know yeah, definitely coveting it. But Kimberly, I have an Underwood standard.
Mhm.
And I was actually just reading an article on Richard Polt's website about the history of those Underwood standards. So you might want to take a look over there and just read up a little bit about them.
Okay.
Yeah, it just kind of goes through the history of all the different models.
Yeah. Because
Interesting.
it looks a lot like a Remington noiseless sort of, but it's
Yeah,
Underwood.
I have a Rhythm Touch, I believe. It's actually kind of hard because there's so many models and they all look very, very similar. But I'm fairly certain I have a Rhythm Touch from the 1950. It weighs an absolute ton and it takes up a huge amount of space. So I would suggest you think about that as to whether
Yeah,
you...
I don't have any standards and I really wasn't attracted to
Yeah.
it because of space and because of the footprint. Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
got a sorry, I've
you
got a
really
golden
have to
touch
be
like that.
committed.
Oh,
You have a golden touch?
Yeah, sorry, I keep talking at the same time as other people. I've got a golden touch and a something else. Looks the same, but a little bit different. It's got a wider carriage, and they're both really nice machines. They weigh a ton, and yeah. So I sort of recommend them.
okay.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I had to clean mine up quite a bit, and maybe it's still not fully, maybe it's not in the best condition, in terms of smoothness. I don't find it any easier to type on than anything else I've got. So I guess my expectations were maybe a little bit unrealistic. I don't know. But I would prefer to type on my SM9 or even my Letterer 32, which is probably my favorite, my machines. What I do like though is the height. So there is something to be said for having them up that high. It almost is like looking at a computer monitor because there you don't have to kind of look down.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Joe Van Cleve has talked about that.
They do look impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a lot of key travel. You have to move the keys down a lot to get things to type. So
Oh.
it's different from my other machines.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for showing that. And I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question about those Underwoods, and I don't know, Brian, if you've got the same thing on yours, but mine has. I'm assuming they're the paper guides, and there's two silver or chrome, whatever, but pointers, they're kind of triangular,
Yeah.
and they fold back, and they're on a spring.
Card guides, card holders.
Yeah. So what exactly is the utility of the fact that they fold down and then you can pop them back up? Like, what's the intent with that?
Okay, as I understand it, when you're typing a regular letter, the paper goes up and is held down by the paper bail or by the paper fingers. So the paper is held against the platen. When you're typing an index card or something small like that, the paper fingers can't come in far enough, and your paper bail doesn't hold it. So you fold those little triangular things up, and they hold the small piece of card against the platen as you type it.
Okay, but why wouldn't
that-
why wouldn't they just be up all the time?
Because you might not want them there all the time. If, when you're typing a letter or production letters like letter and 3 or 4 carabins.
Yeah, doesn't it kind of block the view?
And you might also want to do erasures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can pull them out of the way. You can get them out. You know,
Okay.
people used to do erasing on their papers. So you didn't
Yeah,
want
mine
those
were
things
up when I
in the way.
purchased it, and I didn't even realize for a long time they folded back, and then it folded back, and then I realized it was on a spring, and it kind of popped back up, and
Yeah, I
You
don't
like
think either of
this?
mine fold down.
Yours don't
Yours
fold
don't-
down?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, maybe try it.
I tried. I
Oh,
didn't-
okay.
don't try too hard.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering as to why they did that, because it just seemed like they should be there all the time, but
Oh, they fold down to the side. They fold down like that.
Ah.
yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes,
I never knew that.
yeah, see?
Pretty cool. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Very cool.
All right, so the Super Sterling gets a thumbs up then?
Oh yeah.
Now, is that the classic typewriter shape, or is it more of a modern galaxy-sized?
It'll be a Galaxy, the Super Sterling, yeah, sort of that.
Yeah, it's an
Oval top.
angular.
Okay,
You know,
so
Marina, it's like it always is. It depends on that specific typewriter, how it was used, its condition. So yeah, they could be generally good, but you could also find some really bad ones that have been beat to hell. We wouldn't want to say, yeah, absolutely, they're all good, because
Yep.
we don't know what they went through. So
That's
yeah,
true.
if we
say
say
it.
that and you get a real crappy one, then you're gonna blame us for it, and we don't want you to do that either.
Yeah,
So
I was really
buyer
looking
beware.
for the older body shape, the more 50s styling.
Mhm.
And that was the clipper that I missed out on.
Mhm.
You can tell green is my favorite color. So it
Yeah.
was kind of this color.
Well, then,
Oh.
yeah, I mean, get this one and then use it as a sort of next step until you finally find the Super 5 series that you want. There's a lot of options there, and they're not hard to find. So you'll get it very shortly.
They are where I live, Sean. So maybe you guys have a lot more choice. Where it's slim pickings here unless you want to actually buy something and get it shipped.
Oh, where are you again, Marina?
Kelowna.
Oh, yeah, right. So it's even worse there than it is Calgary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Between me and Bill, we buy everything up, and there's not much to buy up. So
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, moose don't type.
That's funny. What were your thoughts on it, Ted?
Oh, did I have thoughts on it? Oh,
I-
it's Super Sterling. I've had one. I've had a couple actually. They're basic, 6 series Galaxy type machines. I mean, you can't. It's hard to go wrong with a Galaxy or a Super 5.
Yeah.
They're all kind of the same design, and they, the Galaxies feel different than the Super 5s, but yeah, it's a great design, and it's difficult to find them in such bad shape that you can't just reattach a few linkages and get going. I like them. So yeah, but a Super Sterling isn't going to be much different than like a Galaxy 12 or, except for the carriage size. They're all kind of the same machine underneath. So good machine. Get
Excellent.
one. I highly recommend.
Endorsed by Ted Monk.
After missing out on the other one, I just feel like I have to buy something. So now.
Yeah. Well, it's a good option. It's a good option. So
Yes, exactly.
it's not like you're settling.
Exactly.
You'll end up with a very good typewriter. So yeah.
And it's good for your psychological condition.
yes,
There you go.
mental health is really important. So buy typewriters.
Well, it's I think it's very similar. So in photography, they have this concept of GAS,
Gear acquisition
syndrome.
Yeah.
And I think it's very similar.
It's exactly the same.
So
Well,
that's what people mean when they say they have gas. Huh, I never
Yeah,
did.
exactly. So it's time to get gas, Marina. Don't be ashamed.
Is it an SM9 case on the top of your bookcase over there?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's upside down.
Oh yeah.
Oh noes.
Is it? That's
Yes.
interesting. There's no typewriter in it. The typewriter is actually out, but
Okay.
It's safe then.
Yeah.
It's not
We'd
doing
all feel better if you
Spider-Man.
turned it around, if you turned it over. It makes it look
SM7.
less upset when I look at your room.
SM7.
all right, I will fix that for next
Okay,
time.
thank you.
If it's
You'd be
upside
surprised
down,
what we
would
realize,
that make
what
it
we
an
notice.
SM6?
What was that, Eric?
If it's upside down, would that make it an SM6?
Ah.
Wah, wah.
No,
It's gonna
no,
be yes.
no, it would make you a 6WS.
Yeah, I get it right first.
All right, I will fix that.
You don't have to. We're just bugging you.
Here at Type Pals, we look at everything.
Well, it was very well spotted. It's also the SM9 is a wide carriage as well, so
Hmm.
that is a giant case.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
you showed it a couple weeks ago, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, the three layers, the dark and then light and then dark is how mine is too. So
Ah.
it was probably an SM9.
So, Marina, is your SM9 a wide carriage or standard carriage?
Wide.
I've got one too.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would. I would prefer it not to be, but
Oh, you don't realize the fun you're missing out in. Get yourself a ream of 11x17 paper and type nice big letters on it.
yeah. Well, Brian's got
Yeah.
one, I think,
A
too.
standard carriage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Standard carriage, yep.
He's got
Yeah, that's
funny
pretty much
colors
the
on it.
same as mine. In fact, it looks exactly the same as mine, other than the carriage.
Nice. You have these grass green buttons too.
Oh, actually, no, you've got darker keys. Mine's got lighter keys, I think.
Yeah, and are your buttons green or are they teal?
We'll grab it.
The shift keys. My knobs are green too.
Nice.
Oh, what do you got?
Oh yeah, the teal.
They're teal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the many variations of the SM9.
Interesting.
Neato. Pretty machine.
I'd be interested to know whose machine came first.
I don't know. I don't remember the year on this.
Okay.
I gotta look it up.
I think mine is a 66.
I think mine's a little earlier than that. Mine's like I think it's earlier. I'll double check.
Okay. Excellent. It's an SM9 shootout.
That's what's fun about the internet. I wouldn't drive to your house to show these two to you, but we can do it online. It's easy.
Yeah, yeah. It's wonderful. And anything else new with you, Marina?
No, I guess I had quite a few letters and postcards all arrive at the same time. So
Oh.
I did send back responses. I've got one I've been carrying around in my purse because I need to go to the post office because it's Mike in the Seattle area. I've forgotten the name of the town that he lives in, but I have to get special postage. So I need to actually get into the post office to figure out what that is.
Marina, you mentioned you like the 32 is your favorite, and you've got an SM9. I don't. I'm new, but I don't have an Olympia yet. I've heard they're like amazing. Yeah, I mean, we do a shootout, right? But but you really like what makes you like the 32 better than the 9 as far as typing? Or is it just the portability of it?
Actually, I like both of them. One reason is the letter is Elite, and the SM9 is Pica.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mine's 11 characters per inch, which is the metric size.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Your SM9?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fairly certain mine's Pica, but
You might be surprised, actually, because I think a lot of the Olympias are actually 11 CPI.
Yeah.
okay, I will double check that. But it's definitely a lot bigger of a font than what I have on the letterer, and my other one, my Adler tipper, which is also elite.
Yeah.
I think my other tip is also 11. I got 11s all over the place.
Yeah.
So would 11 CPI still be considered pica, or is it called something else?
That's a good question.
European pica, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes.
Because I have
Europeans.
an Olympia SM3 with Congress pica. I'm pretty sure it's called Congress pica, and I never actually measured it to see if it's 11 characters per inch or not. I just kind of assumed that it was just regular pica.
But Eric, wouldn't it be called parliamentary pica in Europe?
Oh my.
Imperial.
Imperial pica.
It's interesting because I've heard you guys mention previously that it would be great to have a resource for fonts and or maybe not fonts, but typefaces, I
There
guess.
you go.
It's interesting because my Underwood has a very strange feature on the typeface that I thought was actually dirt for the longest time. I kept trying to clean it. And then I noticed in the Typewriter Revolution book that in the typeface samples, one of them had the exact same characterization, I guess. And what it is the 8 has a little
Top hat.
what is it called?
Oh, flag or a top hat.
I prefer to call it a jaunty beret.
Yeah.
Ah,
Right.
don't.
Yeah, I'm like, what is wrong with the 8? Why is it keep doing this? And yeah, it's very weird. I had never seen that before.
Interesting.
It's hello, like that.
Jaunty.
Yeah.
Yeah, European typefaces are generally measured in millimeters. So you have 2.5 millimeters or 2 millimeters, 2.12 millimeters. I'm seeing here, let's see, which one is the economic? 1.5 millimeters is economic. So they have many different spacings. Escapement spacings for their machines, so that's why it kind of falls in between. It's not even really exactly 11 characters per inch. It's entirely metric.
That's just our translation of it, so that it's something we can understand.
You'll find that metric threads are the same. Metric threads are measured in millimeters between the crests, or fractions of a millimeter between the crests, whereas imperial threads are measured in threads per inch.
Oh, okay.
And so US typewriters are measured in characters per inch. European typewriters are measured in millimeters per character.
We just have to do everything different here, don't we?
Well, basically, the US is staying with Imperial for as long as it possibly can.
Yeah.
And a lot of the more progressive companies like John Deere have realized that they have to go to metric in order to be compliant with the world market as opposed to just with the US market.
Yeah. Excellent.
I guess I'll have to measure it. My SM9 is a 1966 though, Brian. I was just looking on Typewriter database to see what I had put up there.
Yeah, I think mine's a 68.
Oh, okay.
It's a little bit later than yours. I think after mine, the keys all got really dark. So the darker grays is just before that.
Like that.
And the green buttons are
Yeah.
There's only 68.
Yeah.
I think.
I think that mine is a 1970 something.
Yep, that looks right.
With the
okay.
Yep. But I love it. It types like a dream, smoothly, not clearly.
I'm tempted to go get my SM9 now.
Just say 9 to everybody.
Right now, I have mine loaded with the purple over orange ribbon.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
So you can see that.
The orange creamsicle.
Yeah, it's the, I don't know if you can see
Is that your that's your tipper?
Yeah.
Oh, my tipper is orange, but it's completely orange.
Yeah. Okay. You've got a. This is a repaint. This is yours is the original.
Yes, it in fact actually is, because it was my first typewriter, and
Nice.
my aunt owned it before me, and she had it from new. She gave it to me in about 1980 when I won't admit how old I was, but around I was still in elementary school, we'll say.
Yeah, I can't really show you. It's I typed 0 through 9 and 0 again, and they all fit in an inch, so it's 11. And I just don't have good exposure to show you this.
Mhm.
The color of that one.
Brian.
I'll stop trying to do that.
Yeah. Can I just say, you don't need to use calipers to figure out. You just there's a ruler on your
There
typewriter.
is, yes. That would have been
And
easier.
you divide the number by the width of your paper. So 8.5 times 11, right, would be 93 or 92.5. So if the ruler, if your paper is on 0 on the left and the reading on the right is 93, it's 11 characters per inch.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now I have to go look.
If you think about it, the standard letter paper over here is 8.5 by 11, and a pica, if you set the left side at 0, the right side will be at 85.
No,
Yeah,
I
so
didn't clearly hear you, William, but all I'm saying is that the typewriter itself has a ruler.
Yes, I know.
And it'll tell you how many spaces for a given size of paper, and you just have to do a bit of math and figure it out.
That is assuming you're using the standard paper for the area like letter up here in North America or A4 in Europe.
That's correct. That's correct. And I have a lots of paper that is not 8.5, but I'm just saying, if you know the width of your paper,
yes, for sure.
It's simple math.
But calipers are more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's also the fact that European typewriters are usually in metric. So
yeah.
And that is expressed in the size of one character. So it's 1.8 or 2 or 2.2, 2.3, 2.6. I have a lettera that is 2.6, which is just a little bit bigger than pica. So.
Okay. So if I put my piece of paper on 0, the other end of the paper is on like 94.
94.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more. So I would just say we can do the math, but it's a little bit more than 11. So yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So I suspect it's metric.
Vindication. I said it wasn't exactly 11.
Yeah, I'm going to measure my typeface in astronomical units from now on. AU, I'll just have a bunch of zeros in front of it.
Yeah, there you go.
So on my Olympia SM3, it goes the thing goes up to 8, and there's like 2 little notches after that. So I don't know what that would be.
It's pica, probably.
That sounds like pica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds
like 80, 82.
Yeah, that sounds similar to mine, Eric. I was getting 83, so I think it's about the same.
Gotcha.
So Eric, it's a 2.6 millimeter. It's just a little bit bigger than pica.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Ooh.
And Olympia usually shows on the line guide the size of the. It would show 2.6 or 2.3 or 2. Most of them, like so my SG1 does that, and my SM9 does that, and my Monica, all 3 Olympias show right on the line guide a little number, very small, and that's the size of the type.
Huh.
Interesting. That's good to know.
Yes, on my SM9, it has a number 23 on there.
So that's 2.3. Yeah.
2.3. 2.3 millimeters per character.
Yes.
Wow.
There you go.
So
It's
if you
math day on Typewriter today.
so if you really want to mess with someone, you swap the type guide.
Yes. Now you see the devious mind there.
Yeah.
To mess with a particularly obsessive compulsive kind of person.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
very good.
and Brian, how are you?
I'm good. Everything is good.
Excellent.
No new typewriters since last week, although my lack of typewriters is kind of noteworthy. I've probably been to 10 thrift stores and antique mall 2 or 3 times. I haven't seen anything in the last couple of weeks.
Wow. Any ideas why that might be?
I don't know. It's just drying up.
Yeah.
Well, actually, this is kind of dark. The COVID death rate is going down, so less people are putting their stuff in estate sales.
Yeah.
It may not be true, but it's.
I don't know. Yeah.
Morbid.
I know, huh?
Well, it's good news. I'm saying it's good news. Less people are dying.
Yes. Yes.
When people are dying like flies, their stuff is getting cleared out in estate sales.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the way we think in Arizona because we are a retirement state. So we are very, very closely attuned to the old people dying and giving up their typewriters.
Yeah.
It's top of mind.
I'm not the only dark person here. Ted backs me up.
This is why I haunt the thrift stores next to trailer parks.
Oh, that's funny.
I suppose haunt wasn't really the best word for that.
I know, huh?
It's kind of the best for the way you were saying it.
And how are you, Ted?
I am fine. I am waiting to. I'm kind of putting together my presentation for virtual hermits, and I saw that David was here a little earlier, but I don't.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Look at the gallery view to see if he's still there. There he is.
Yeah.
And I brought up my little aristocrat to play with and see how my feet are doing that I made for it. Look at that.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's moving the table.
Very nice.
I can pound on it and it will not move.
Wow.
So I'm pretty happy with these feet. They're a little soft. It's kind of a 60. What is it? The Shore A60.
Oh, gotcha.
So they're pretty soft, but
yeah, that's pretty soft.
They grip the table like crazy.
I bet.
I'm pretty happy with the results of that little experiment.
Nice.
Huh.
Sounds nice, Ted. Does it still fit in its case?
Yes.
What happened to me was that the feet were a bit too tall, and when I tried to lock it in the case, it wouldn't lock anymore. So I had to shave the feet a bit.
Yeah.
Well, I molded mine from a good set that I already had. That wasn't brand new, so they're just a little bit squished, but they were the exact right size. So when I made my molds, I made them from those old feet, and so when my new feet came out, they were the same size.
Oh, perfect.
And they fit perfectly and lock in, and I'm pretty happy about that because I used to have to yank on this to get the back left foot out that's next to the hinge. Yeah, anyone with a QDL probably understands that one. You have that seems to be the foot that's squished worse on all the 1940s QDLs that I've ever encountered, and they tend to stick under the hinge.
Nice.
Quite a feat.
Yeah. Excellent. And
yeah, so I'm working on that, and I was working a little earlier this week on the font Bible, the typefaces Bible. So
nice.
It's coming along.
Excellent.
I know somebody mentioned that earlier.
Yes, I believe that was Marina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so, that's on its way.
So I do have something to show that will interest you in particular, Ted, because I think on my blog we were talking about this. Let me show it real quick.
Sock it to me.
Okay, so just out of the blue, someone that reads my blog and watches my channel reached out to me and said, I know you like these A series typewriters, the Smith Corona Ultrasonic, Typetronics. I've actually never seen a Typetronic. I'm very curious to get one actually, but so he reaches out to me and says, hey, I have some ribbons and a bunch of daisy wheels.
Okay.
I want to send them to you.
There you
And
go.
he did, and my goodness, it cost him a lot of money to send it. I feel bad, but
don't feel bad. You're the one who'll use them. You're
exactly,
probably the only
yes.
person on earth who'll use them.
And these are like new old stock.
Mhm.
So that's one of the daisy wheels there. There's multiples, like this is corporate 10. I have like a bunch of corporate 10s, maybe 7 or 8 corporate 10s. There's like 4 micro 15s, presidential 12, tempo 12. There's a bunch. Let me show you.
You're committed, dude.
What's that?
You're committed.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna be the
Oh,
oh my
yeah.
gosh.
Or should be.
Yeah, you should be committed, exactly.
But this is what's really going to interest you, Ted.
Uh-oh.
Because we were specifically talking about how the ribbons are impossible to find.
Let me see your crate of ribbons.
Actually, there was only 2 ribbons in there.
Oh, well.
Those were all daisy wheels. But see, when I originally bought some A series typewriter ribbons, there was a source on eBay, and I figured, oh, they have multiple. I could just buy it whenever. So I bought one. I should have bought them all, because now they're gone. They cannot be found. Yeah. But and by the way, I'll mention this comes from Vladimir in Chicago, Illinois.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. This is like mind-blowingly good. So, okay. So this is the A series ribbon.
Okay.
But let's see if we can focus on it.
Is it a twin pack?
Single
black fabric ribbon. Oh,
black fabric. Now I'll read the back because it's kind of funny. So, because it's talking about the different types of ribbons. So it says black film is a one-time correctable ribbon for superior typewriting quality. It is ideal for executive letters, professional typing, and for typing to be copied or printed. Black fabric is a long life reusable ribbon. It is recommended for routine typing and drafts.
Okay. Have you tried it yet?
No.
Okay. Here's the thing you might run into, and be very careful when you try them.
Yeah.
Is most fabric ribbons for electronic typewriters use foam rubber rollers to run the fabric through, and those will turn into like a kind of a rubber liquid. So it's difficult to say, take it apart and look first, because you may have to replace those with find some sort of rubber roller to put in there. But if they made it that way, and I know that the Nakajima made them that way, because I've got a whole bunch of fabric ribbons for Nakajimas, and they're all toast.
Okay.
So I would say just be careful.
Yeah.
Because if you get that stuff inside your machine, it's gonna be unpleasant.
Yeah.
The rollers are internal. You'd have to crack it open to see it.
Yeah. And it's interesting because this is much narrower than the film ones. Yeah. So if I understand correctly, it's just like an infinite loop, maybe?
Yeah, it's usually made not like a spool. It won't have like an 8-track spool or anything in there. It's what they do is they fold the ribbon back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's like a
Interesting.
And it's, I don't know if you've ever seen like a telephone answering tape that is kind of proprietary. Usually those will have that same arrangement where you have the tape coming in and out, and it's just a constant loop that they have folded inside of the cartridge back and forth.
Okay.
It looks like it would tangle, but it won't, because the sides of that's probably why it's so thin, is because it's exact fit to that ribbon,
Yeah.
and it keeps it from like jumping the space and tangling up. So
Oh.
We've got a lot of dot matrix printers at work at the automotive plant over here. Dot matrix printers have that same cartridge.
yeah,
Take
yeah.
them apart and they're all wound up in there, just scrunched up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically just fan folding. And if you look at it, it's just like the ribbon is just fan folded in there.
Okay. So I'm wondering if, because it has a knob to tighten it. So I'm wondering, should I just do that?
Yeah, go ahead and roll that and see if you feel any particular resistance.
No, it feels super smooth, actually.
Okay, then you may be okay.
Woo!
Yeah, you'd notice it right away, because it turns into a kind of gum, and you'd get a lot of resistance if you.
Okay, and I just tapped my fingers on it and got a little bit of ink, so
Okay.
I think we might be good.
You might be good.
Yeah,
Good for you, man.
That is awesome. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Oh my goodness, you came to the rescue. I was like, what am I going to do with two gigantic ultrasonics when the ribbons run out?
Yeah.
So Gregory, you might be able to refill the cartridge when the cloth ribbon wears out.
Yeah, I think in my reply to Ted, I mentioned that I had one of those ribbon cassettes that was broken, and so I could kind of see the innards. It has so many little fiddly bits in there, so it'd be really tricky. Really.
Dot matrix printer ribbons are much the same.
Okay.
They have the continual loop concertinaed inside the backside of the film cartridge, or the ribbon cartridge.
Yeah.
We had a hard time getting those ribbons at one time, and one of our maintenance guys put ink in a little spray bottle. We popped the top off it, sprayed the ink in there, and it worked. It actually
worked.
Obviously not letter quality, but for what we need for picking parts, it was fine.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, yeah. Anything else new with you, Ted? I didn't mean to steal your stage there, but.
Oh, I didn't have a stage.
Okay.
This is your stage, dude.
No, it's all of our stage.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else going on.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
And David Breckbeal, how are you?
Is there somewhere?
Knee deep in building the typewriter contest gallery, or the beauty contest gallery.
Okay.
So you're lucky enough, I'm in front of my machine here on a Sunday afternoon doing this work. So I'm here in front of you.
Nice.
It's a busy week. The week of the event is always kind of busy, but having gone through it once, I'm a little less stressed, you know.
I'm sure.
How much bigger is this event than the last one you did?
We had about 150 registrations in 2020. Of those 150, I think we had about 130 there all at once in the beginning. This year, we're closing in on 275 registrations. Wow. So, I would say it's going to be close to double the amount of folks that are going to be there in the beginning. We've sort of made a registration a little easier in its auto registration. And we're also planning to have some online support available and advertise that day so that folks who can't get in, or they've lost their link, or they've lost their ticket, will have an easier time to get in. So I'm hopeful that we can kind of eliminate those who just flat out gave up. And of course, people have a lot more, I guess, they're more educated about Zoom.
Yeah, it's true.
So, and they were not at the time that was open in 2020.
Exactly.
So, yeah, anyway, the beauty contest, if you are planning on wanting to, any of you out there wanting to enter the beauty contest, the form will close down today, probably at midnight. I don't know that I'll pull it down then, but I won't take any entries after midnight. The gallery will actually open tomorrow, that I get it finished today. Voting will start on Wednesday, and different than last year, voting is going to be open to everyone, not just the virtual Herman's folks. There will be the top 3 vote getters. There will not be places given like a first, second, and third place, but just the top 3 vote getters will get a typewriter related t-shirt as a prize this year. So that's a little bit different. Also on Wednesday, the typewriter contest, the actual text, right, there you go. The actual text will be out there to everyone for practice if you want. Although it hasn't been 100%, we haven't locked it down yet, we do think that we're going to divide the group that is there on Saturday into 3 different levels, which would be the front strike manuals being a category, the electrics being a second category, and then any non-front strike antiques would be a category. So we're hoping that we can break it up into categories. And what's nice, we're going to go ahead and have a form. I'm planning on having a little form that once everybody's done, they just go on the virtual Herman site and report their time, words per minute, and what entry they're in, what category, and hopefully by the evening we'll have those counted up and tallied. I might be a little wrong on that, but I think we'll be able to call a winner by the evening. So a little bit of a change there. I guess, oh yeah, attendee orientation. Friday night, those who don't understand or have never been on Zoom before are invited to attend an orientation at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're going to provide that orientation like we did last year. We had several people come in last year in 2020. And then, of course, we'll be ready to go at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 19th.
Excellent.
And like I said, if you go to virtualhermans.com, the homepage now is the schedule. So it's much easier to see the schedule and follow along with it. There's a Google Doc, there's PDF, or you can follow along the longer, more drawn out schedule that's there. So really excited about everything that's cooking and coming up. So it's a busy week.
Yes,
Now,
definitely.
the top 3 of the beauty contest are going to get t-shirts. Can you get t-shirts otherwise? Are they for sale?
No, they're not virtual Herman's t-shirts.
Okay.
They're actually going to be vendor shirts,
Okay.
typewriter themed vendor shirts. I had someone who contacted me about doing virtual Herman's t-shirts. It was just a little bit late to really think about it. You know, the plate was pretty full at that point. My preference is if we ever open it up to something like that, like you know, clothing items or wearables or whatever, coffee mugs, the whole 9 yards, that all proceeds would go out and be donated for any given year to some kind of a charity. Because we, you know, I just want to keep Herman's pretty much free of charge.
Yeah.
And I don't want folks to feel like we're any obligation that there's money to be made here. That's not. The purpose is for everybody to gather together globally and to have a good time. And I mean, we do try not to get too serious about the contests anyway. But thanks for the questions. Any other questions?
I put in the comments that you talked about the categories for typing, and I got hopeful for a second there, thinking you would have one for us terrible typists. You know, like
It's a terrible typist category.
yeah.
Well, we have lumped everybody into one category, and we still may do that. A lot of it depends on time this week and whether I'm able to technically get some kind of a reporting form together. And Dan Johnson is the person who runs, I don't know whether you know Dan through the typewriter groups. He always ran the live Herman's event. He always ran the typing contest. And he's also done the type contest in 2020 and 2022. And early on, we were kicking out how we could, do different categories. And of course, it's all based on honesty. There's no, we can't really look at your work and you submit it and we judge it and grade it and that type of thing. But I do think that I'd like to see some categories at least so Diane can pull out her Smith Corona her Smith Premier
Oh, yeah.
number 9, I think. Isn't that what you're pulling out, Diane? The number 9?
Or what no, I don't have one. I don't have one of those.
I know that. I'm sorry.
No, number 4.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, I actually am thinking I may pull out my Remington 2 that Lucas, he completely did a renovation on a Remington 2. So that may be my machine of choice this year.
Nice.
That's the only thing I'm involved in. I don't get involved in the beauty contest, but I do like because I'm never going to win, so I'm not worried about winning the typing contest. But it sure is fun to get out there and type with everyone.
Yeah.
I would be. Go ahead, Brian.
My orange and white Tipo won 3rd place last year.
Yes.
And I'm not entering this year because I don't want. I'll never do any better than that.
I almost mentioned I didn't want to break in on you earlier, but I thought that was familiar. Looked familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I went back and actually checked it while I was working. That's the one. That's a beautiful typewriter. It really is. It's very stunning. That color combination. I was kind of always one of those who were kind of anti painting machines when I first started out. No, I'd never do that. But I don't know. I have seen some really stunning color combinations, particularly over the last year, that has made me really take a second look at some of the typewriters that I have that are, really pretty messy on the outside, and thinking about how I might be able to better and improve it. So certainly I've changed my mind.
Excellent.
Especially in kind of, Brian, especially when I saw yours last year, it turned my head wow, that looks like a color that would have come from that period.
And that's exactly what I was doing, because I used a paint color that was available in that time that was used for cars.
Yep.
Because I figured it was actually used in Germany on cars at that time. So I figured, this is something that really could have existed.
Yeah.
That's what I like to do.
Excellent. I actually had an interesting idea just now for maybe the next virtual Herman's, an ugly typewriter contest. But the caveat would be, it has to be as ugly as possible, but it has to actually work.
Gregory, I have had the same thought, and actually I was thinking next year we would do backs of typewriters.
Oh, okay.
Because there are some beautiful typewriters out there that have beautiful backs. Beautiful decals and all kinds of things.
Exactly.
I kind of always wanted to do that. So that an ugly typewriter contest, maybe, again, we've got plenty of years to go on this. So
exactly.
but I'm kind of, we're in the same headspace in terms of changing it up a little bit.
Very cool. Very cool.
We still have time to enter the beauty contest, right?
Yes, I probably won't pull it down until tomorrow morning. So I said I put the close down, today. So this will be the last day, but I don't think I'll probably make it till midnight unless there's a lot of celebrating to have to be done with Cincinnati winning the Super Bowl. So
I would enter, but I can't get my hair and nails done in time.
There you go.
And David, real quick, do you want to remind people what the website is?
Yeah, it's www.virtualhermans.com. And at the top, you will see a register link, and that's really kind of your key to actually entering into the event on Saturday. So make sure that you do register, and that you keep your email, because that includes the link, and that's kind of your ticket in. And when you go to the homepage, there is a entire schedule of the day's events. You know, we haven't talked a whole lot about the campfire, but we've got two great musicians, Larry Cresnell and Irene Dury from Australia. And I learned that Irene is a very accomplished musician. I had no clue until I sort of did a deep dive on him on the internet. And I have him on my messenger chat. And I literally said, man, you are extremely talented. And, you know, he was on The Voice Australia and made it through. Yeah, you can go to his YouTube, YouTube and just type in Iron's name, and there you can watch him on The Voice in Australia. So he's very talented. So looking forward to that. And, you know, we'll have some breakout rooms. There'll be vendors that'll probably stick around. I think Iron is going to continue his concert in a room, in a breakout room. So folks who really like group on his music, he's going to be around for a while. And we'll probably have a typewriter room, typewriter talk room, maybe a live Herman's alumni room, you know, people who kind of hung out at Herman's for many, many years, probably do that. And who knows? I mean, you could even have a typewriter club live room if you want. You know, there could be a gathering there as well. So yeah, I'll be there until the last man drops. The coffee pot will still be brewing early in the morning. I'm not planning this year on going to bed.
Oh, wow.
So if there's people there, that we'll have at it.
Excellent, excellent. And I do want to mention that for Type Pals, we are not having any events that weekend to make sure that, you know, everybody can attend Virtual Herman's, because Virtual Herman's is very, very special. I mean, I enjoy our meetings here, but Virtual Herman's is very, very special, and yeah, we need to support it.
Well, it's just wonderful that we've got a great speaker set, and these people are volunteering their time, you know, to develop the presentations. We have vendors who are, you know, developing short, brief presentations. Ted's out there working on his. And, you know, I'm just hoping that people will respond and show up and you know, give them their due, because certainly this wouldn't happen, this event wouldn't happen unless they were really involved. Kudos to all of them.
Well, thank you. Excellent. And thank you for being here, David.
Hey, no problem. Like I said, I'm sitting here, you know, shifting the gallery from 2020 to 2022. So
there you go.
Give me something to listen to while
I know, right?
pecking away on my computer here.
Very cool.
The analog versus digital, they always fight.
Yeah, fighting for attention.
They do.
Yep,
they
yep.
do.
Joe, how are you doing?
I am doing pretty good. Thank you.
I have to say to you, sir, you got right on making that video with the little label maker. You got right on that.
Yeah, it's right here. In fact, I have a little light on it. It's not in focus, of course.
Oh, cool.
I'm using my lens at f1.7, so I'm barely in focus. But anyways, yeah, oops, there we go, out of focus. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is a cute little project, and the nice thing about it is that I have the spool of tape.
Wow.
You know, that's also decorated with some whiteout indicating the direction of rotation. But once you clamp the back of the label maker in place, the pinch roller engages so that it's ready to go, you know. And the only thing about it that you have to do is when you're done typing, you have to type like a period or a space and then print that out. And that makes enough extra paper to come out that you can cut it with the scissors, and then you don't have to take the back off to unthread the paper, or, you know, or tear it or whatever. So, anyways, it's a cute little project, and Ted should be getting a postcard in the mail if he hasn't already received it.
Oh, excellent!
With a sample from the little thermal label maker typewriter project.
Nice.
Yeah.
So the cutting button doesn't work on the thermal paper?
Not as easily, but also it's really to do with the way I've threaded the paper through there, because I'm threading it in to the same slot that it comes out of, and you don't want to
cut both ends. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
But actually,
because when you print a label, there's a pre and a post part of it that comes out, right? And so if you just print like a space or a period, it'll add enough extra paper that you can just slice it with the scissors.
Okay.
And then this one, all these different models of label maker have different features. This particular feature or one has regular large size letters that are, roughly a half-inch tall. And then it has this small size, which will fit 2 lines of text on the label, but you got to put a carriage return in the middle of it. And it only has a maximum memory of 71 characters. So you have to kind of, what I do is I type on it until it says it's full. And then I erase a couple letters so I don't truncate a word. And then I go back about halfway and insert a carriage return and then print it. And then, continue.
Clever. Yeah, you're having way too much fun with that.
Oh, I know. and having my paper trimmer, that's the hardest part, is cutting out the paper and taping it together.
So I'm up pretty early in the morning, and I saw that thing the next morning, and it was just, I was laughing out loud. I couldn't believe you got that done so quickly. It was like less than 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I started with some scraps of wood, and then I decided, so the thin base is this thin plywood that's maybe 3/16 of an inch thick or something like that. And the when you cut it with a saw cross grain, it flakes off some of the lamination and it looks kind of ugly. So what I did is I just put some of this decorative duct tape on the whole thing and cover up all the ugly wood cuttings and put some rubber feet on the bottom, stuff like that. So
That's how the project grows.
Yeah, it gets out of hand pretty quickly.
You have to put a paper cutter on the back of it.
Yeah, I'll have to, maybe get a pair of kids' school scissors on a little chain, and you can just cut it.
That's pretty awesome. I when I say I was laughing, I wasn't laughing about it. I was just really.
You were not laughing at me. You were laughing because of me, which is different.
Yes.
There's a difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like the term decorative duct tape.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. Well, they have that. They have, because I think it started out years ago as kids started learning how to make wallets out of duct tape, right? And then decorating their books or school books or something. So if you go to like Staples and those places, they have an entire series of, patterned duct tape.
As opposed to structural duct tape, which is
as opposed to structural duct tape, which is different. Which is different from gaffer's tape.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Joe.
Yes.
Last week I got 4 letters from various Typewriter members, and my wife made the comment, "You must be getting about the most letters of anybody." I said,
"Well,
no," and I said, "No," and she said, "Well, who gets more letters than you?" I said, "Joe Van Cleve," and she said, Joe is in a league of his own."
I don't think I get more than you do. Like I got a few last week, but I think since about Christmas, maybe through January, I haven't received hardly anything. So I think there was like a seasonal thing. People were sending stuff in for the holidays. I have, I have I measure my backlog of letters in terms of months, terms of, because I date stamp everything I get. And then, I'm only 6 months behind here. That's great,
It's like Tom Hanks and then you, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all fun, and I really enjoy this. Yeah.
Yes, I do
typing
too.
letters, sending letters, getting letters. Yeah.
Well, the fun part about letter writing is, if you have a regular correspondence with somebody, you might get to the point where you've kind of told everything about your life, and maybe then it's just like, well, the weather here is pretty good today,
Yeah.
But if you're typing letters to new people all the time, you can kind of repeat yourself.
So, yes,
and they don't know it. They don't know it. You can tell them the same old dad jokes or the same old stories or whatever, and they think it's all fresh and new.
Yeah. And the other thing that Sean from YYC Typewriter said, is if you look at their interests, you can usually pick something up on their interest that you can type about if you share similar interests.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. Right. Exactly. Right. And so there's a lot of parallel interest, you know, in typewriters. There's fountain pens and stationery and different kind of office ephemera, things like that.
Yeah.
Staplers. Bates wire staplers.
Oh yeah, love Bates.
See, there's a whole Bates subculture here.
Oh yeah, I started getting everything Bates here. I mean, I got my address books, my staplers, my riveters. It was like once I found that little catalog in one of those stamps, it was like, oh, look at all the things you can get from Bates. I mean,
well, so then, you know, today's Sunday and next Saturday is the big typewriter, you know, virtual Hermans, and I have the day off from work. And of course, where I work at, they just changed the corporate vacation calendar system. So, you know, so that the day off that I had scheduled was not on the new calendar, and I had to reschedule it and make sure I still had permission to do that and all that. A little bit of stress there. But then the other problem is my internet connection is through the phone company, DSL. And I've had a kind of like internet sporadically just dropping out. And I've had the phone company people over here like several times in the last few weeks. We finally figured out that we're getting a pretty good signal, but the house wire, my house was built in the early 60s. And so I'm using twisted telephone pair, you know, wire in the walls and all the phone jacks, and that just isn't very efficient for high-speed internet. So this afternoon from 2 to 4 p.m. Mountain Time, we have the Comcast cable people coming out.
Oh, nice.
We're going to install a cable modem, and I'm hoping they'll drill the hole, mount the cable, put it through the wall of my office here where I need it, you know, because my computer, I want it hooked up via a wire to the modem. I don't want to deal with wireless, but it should be a really fast connection. So all of that has been in the back of my mind, kind of stressful in terms of, well, I have this upcoming presentation, but I have crappy internet. So I'm trying to get that fixed beforehand.
Yeah.
And then I have my presentation I've been working on. So that's been fun too.
Joe, you would be fine. You'll do fine. No matter what, you know, Zoom is really pretty forgiving. So if that doesn't work out and it doesn't come in, you know, they do a pretty good job even with low data rates.
Right. Well, we were doing a virtual class at work.
Yeah.
Where the company I work with is very highly structured around safety. And so they're trying to orient everybody on safety. So they're doing a 3-hour virtual class online. And there's like hundreds of people attending each session. So that was kind of fun sitting through a 3-hour class on, it wasn't Zoom, it was some other online thing. I think it was a Microsoft thing, but anyways, it was pretty fun. It was like, oh my God, this is long. And we got to sit through What About Charlie, the What About Charlie video. Have you guys ever seen that?
No.
Or a guy named Charlie Moorcraft who got badly burned in a refinery accident back in 1980. He's a big public speaker on safety, industrial safety. So you get to sit through his presentation again for the umpteenth time because we see it about every year. Anyways.
Oh.
So that was fun. So
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the virtual Hermans. It'll be fun. And I was just lamenting the fact that when we have the campfire thing, I don't know if I can actually start a fire in here. I might have to open the windows.
Just sit around your lava lamp.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll have the lava lamp going.
Well,
you know, the funny thing about this is we keep the house a little cool at night, so like around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and I have to turn it on early in the morning so that by now, like midday, it's going.
And another trick, Joe, he's got a nice big thick wall sock. Place the sock over the lamp for the first hour.
Yeah, that works too.
Is your lava lamp, is it glass different colors as it goes up?
Yes, it is. It's kind of like orange to green to purple to red or something, and then it has this kind of funky, you know, tie-dyed kind of psychedelic look to the paint. You know, that's kind of funny.
Yes.
Anyways.
So, anyhow, Greg, I would like to ask you a question once we've done all the introductions. So
that could take a while.
Yep, I know. I'm in no rush.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you for being here, Joe. It's always good seeing you.
It's always good being here.
Always.
And Diane, what's new with you?
That's the newest thing with me.
Ah.
It's not a 9.
That's like 12.
Yep.
Yeah, the serial number actually does not exist on your on the database for.
No, because it's post 1964. It's probably
Oh.
1966.
It is. I actually have a receipt, a purchase receipt for it. Came in the box.
Well, there you go. Make sure you take a picture of that when you upload it to the database.
I will do that.
So,
Yeah, I was watching one of Joe's older videos, and it's like, dang, maybe I should try and pick up one of those. That looks like a kind of a nice machine. And
Yeah.
How do you like it, Diane?
well, I put a ribbon in it last night, and it types out okay. I had to clean it out, and a few of the keys were sticking, but I just kind of went over the keyboard a few different times, and things work okay, and so far it's pretty good. The this is a bit wonky, the carriage return lever.
yeah.
And so I haven't tried to take it apart yet. It's like last night it actually was the official opening of the case, meaning I'd had the case for a day or two, but I hadn't opened it yet because of other issues that were going on this week in regards to my late nephew. We had his funeral yesterday, so it's like, and I picked it up kind of as a late birthday present since my birthday was earlier this week.
Happy birthday.
Birthday.
Thank you.
Well, Diane, the good thing about those machines is you can replace the platen real easy.
Oh yeah.
I also have a pro tip for you regarding the tape on the sides, the masking tape on the sides. That's kind of calcified now.
Yeah.
Use soak it with penetrating oil and just kind of scrape it off when it gets completely soaked, and it'll take that tape right off without harming the paint.
Oh, penetrating oil?
Yeah, like WD-40, or I use LPS1.
Oh.
So any kind of penetrating oil that won't harm the paint. But it will get in there and dissolve that calcified
tape,
masking tape. Adhesive.
Okay.
And then use like a plastic scraper or something like that, a credit card, to scrape the stuff off when it's all soaked in.
Use Ted's credit card.
There you go. That sounds good.
Fine with me. I shouldn't use it. So
I shouldn't use mine. And I didn't for this. So, but anyway, so yeah, it's kind of been a rough time for the family, and I'm hoping things settle down. Just in time for virtual Hermans. I didn't go last year because it fell on the last one, meaning the 2021. I didn't really get to go to that one because it fell literally on the day of my dad's funeral. So anyway.
Wow.
So I'm hoping that we don't, and I don't have any funerals, right before the next one. It's like, no, this isn't good.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah. I was sorry to hear about that, Diane.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. But yeah, it has half space. Let's see. It has a little.
Change the type keys. One on either side.
Nice red ones.
Yeah, it's a good machine, really good machine.
I'm trying to
I like
remember if I still have my classic 12.
Does the hood slide forward?
Yes.
I love that.
That's so cool.
My favorite thing is the padded carriage return lever.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh. Yeah.
That's just classy to me.
Yep.
So you don't need to wear typing gloves.
Yeah.
That's funny. I never noticed that. You just made me look at my Galaxy, and it's also the same way. That's pretty awesome.
Wow.
Typing gloves?
No, the return bar has the padding.
Oh. Yeah, I have a couple of them like that. I know one.
I'm sitting here typing on a Galaxy, and I didn't notice it until you just pointed it out.
I think it's Corinthian leather.
Joe, do you probably collect those typing gloves? Yeah, all kinds of colors.
Oh, I actually don't have any, but it's sort of a joke. But you could use, a fine set of driving gloves for typing. I don't know.
Yeah, my gunky cleaning and ribbon changing ones. They've seen their fair share of Smith Premier ribbons.
Those are pretty gross.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, when you're looking at ribbons that are whoa, that are like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
That are this wide, and
Wow.
I think I was trying to pin this back on here. There's several different styles of spools, and this one, I think what they originally had was there's a little piece of metal. There's a little piece of metal here. I think there used to be a piece of cloth stuck under there. Well, I can't figure out quite how to do that. So I have like an old ribbon with a pin in it. So I pin it around here and try and keep it tight so that I can actually spool it. It's not ideal. If I could figure out how to get something crammed underneath that little piece of metal, that'd be great. Because it's like you see that lip there.
Is it steel, the spool?
Yeah, it is.
You could use a couple of rare earth magnets and stick it to the spool.
Huh. Interesting.
You wouldn't have to modify.
Oh,
anything.
like a button magnet or something?
Yeah, they have little square ones. Yeah, just a couple of. Yeah, you do whatever you want, but that'd be a really cheap and easy way to do it.
That's interesting, but I also have the way it goes is you see this little thing here. I'm not sure what it's called. It basically helps to maintain ribbon tension, I guess.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
you wouldn't want to have a bump in the middle.
As it spins around there,
Gotcha.
you've got this thing that
okay.
Yeah,
so you really have to have a smooth base on that.
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
I don't know how that would work. So
Yeah, it wouldn't.
yeah, that's kind of why this is off of a machine that's temporarily on the shelf because I needed a break. I needed a break from it. It was acting up on me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna pull these off and chill. I forget what the issue is. I'll have to figure it out whenever I go back to it. But I have three of these beasties on my desk right now. And when I say beasties, I mean 3 Smith Premiers on my desk. So I have no space.
Yeah.
Like, the new one takes up the remainder of the space. It's like space. What space?
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you for being here, Diane.
Well, I'm glad you have this every week. It gives me a chance to listen to people that I don't work with, that aren't my family.
I know, right?
That I can just talk to and listen to, and it's a good thing,
But don't feel bad about putting off things like you just did, because that's actually how you incubate ideas.
That's
So
true.
When
That's very
you
true.
can't solve a problem, you put it off and come back, and somehow something's happened in the brain.
Yeah, it does work that way. And yeah, with these things, it's like,
Yeah, stay frustrated, huh?
well, and it's like I have an Underwood portable, which I actually tried watching Joe's video on, and was trying to get mine to work, because it's the same ribbon reverse mechanisms give me a headache. And you'd think these Smith Premier ones aren't that complicated, but for being as simple as they are, they're still complicated. And they don't always want to work right.
Easy ones that'll get you.
Well, they all get me, because the one in the Underwood portable is driving me bonkers, and I've basically just said, okay, whatever, I'm putting you aside, use something else for now.
Excellent. And Rich, how are you doing?
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm doing good. Thing I was going to bring up last week, I showed a Smith Corona CT electric typewriter. It was like a teal colored, and some of you may remember that I showed it. And there was this like string or cord hanging out the back.
Yes.
It looked like like maybe May's typewriter.
Yeah.
Rope handle. But when I set that thing up and started trying to type, I realized the return didn't work. And so as I had to take the thing apart, I saw that cord went inside somewhere, and found out, and y'all, some of you may know this already, I'd never taken apart an electric, but it was actually the cord for the return key to pull back. So there's actually 2 drawbands inside there, and that one had gotten disconnected. And so Diane, you talk about, putting things aside. I tried to figure out how to put this together, and I just gave up and went and went and had dinner or something, and came back, and it took me another hour to figure out how it wrapped around. And I'm not sure I got it right, but I got it working. So, and how to tuck it in and all that kind of stuff with the little rollers and stuff. At first, I didn't even realize that was the problem. I didn't connect the cord with the reverse of the reverse key. So that was like the first, admitting you have the problem kind of thing. That was the discovery. And once I realized that was the problem, after tinkering with some of the levers, I got that working. But now the problem I'm having with it is it's not real sensitive. Sometimes you hit the space bar, you have to hit it hard in the right spot to get it going. And some of the keys are that way too. And I'm not really sure how much time I want to invest in this thing. I think I found 2 reviews on YouTube. One of them, some guy liked it a lot, but the other one was, I think it was Phoenix Typewriter. He said this was like really low end. He explained why, like it types darker in the middle than with the outside keys, like an A lighter than the middle ones. So I'm not sure that I'm going to get a good working machine, even if I invest all this time. It's pretty cool, and it's really heavy, but so that's kind of a thought dilemma I'm going through right now is, and if I don't fix it, then I've just got, an anchor, and what am I going to do with it if I don't try to fix it? So I don't know how many of you all struggle with these kind of issues. You got a typewriter that you're not sure you can fix, and if you can, it's not a very good typewriter to begin with. But that's kind of the dilemma I've been going through this week, trying to get back to it.
Yeah.
If anybody wants a marginal typewriter, that kind of works. But I found it at Goodwill, so it's no great loss. Which is an interesting thing. As often as I go to Goodwill's, that was the first typewriter I've ever found at a Goodwill. I don't know why. The other ones I find at thrift stores and flea markets and stuff, but never found one at a Goodwill. Y'all talk about finding them there, but not me.
Yeah, the only ones I found at thrift stores were, let's see, the first one was at Salvation Army. That's where I got my little blue Charger 11. And that one actually my niece has now. And then I found my daisy wheel at it's one of those mega thrift stores called Savers. They're wonderful, but you could spend all day in there. And then of course, the holy grail of my thrift store finds was the Hermes rocket.
Yeah.
At my favorite thrift store because it supports animals. So yeah, but other than that, I don't have any luck at thrift stores. So.
Well, I loved your description of that event when you found that rocket. It was like, I mean, it's like a excitable kind of thing that you can only feel when you've got that kind of opportunity, and you don't want someone else to beat you to it. You know, it's just, not that they're going to, but you don't want them to do it. You know.
Exactly.
People are looking for that. Who knows? But
yeah.
The other issue I had was I bought online a Typestar. So I've seen a couple of videos. I think you have one on a 4 and a 5, I think, or a 5 comparing it to a 4. And I think Joe has one on a 5, I think. But what I'm trying to figure out is, so I've listened to your analysis of the 4 and the 5, and I don't know completely about the 6, if it regressed, like you, Gregory, said you thought the 4 was better for X, Y, and Z reasons. But I don't know if 6 returned to the 4's qualities, or if it got worse or the same. And then there's the 7, and then I realized there's all these other ones after that. And I don't know if it got better or cheaper, you know. Any experience with that from anybody?
Yeah, I think Joe has said this before. The Typestar 4, if you're going to do the Typestar line, the Typestar 4 is the one to get. For some reason, after the 4, they gradually started removing features. With the 6, they started adding features, but not like. Oh, what was it? The Typestar 4 has justification, right, Joe?
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Yes. That was, I think yours was that the 4, they lost the justification when it went to the 5.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So the 6, I think they never did bring back the justification.
Okay.
The 6 started adding actual memory features where you could have long-term storage of memory.
I don't find it particularly useful.
Exactly. Yeah, they're these small memory spaces that I suspect were for doing redundant things, like maybe typing your address, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the Sharp PA1050 has a 4,000 character memory, and I actually have not played with it, and that's a future project I want to document on a video. But it's probably for something like a pre-printed form, some kind of business form that you would be typing up all the time, you know.
Yeah.
And the 6 also has a very infuriating feature. So they decided, well, because the Typestar 5 the Typestar 5 has multiple fonts, or you could call them fonts in this case. So with the 6, they said, okay, we're only gonna put 1 on the typewriter itself, and then we're gonna have these little extra cartridges you can get for extra typefaces. Well, you cannot find those cartridges.
And this was the time when manufacturers were discovering the success of injector razor blades, you know, and like Polaroid film cartridges, right? It was like an economic model for if you could make it so you have to buy an accessory to plug in, we can make more money, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like Apple, right?
Yeah. Well, and then there's also later Typestar models, I think, that are like 2-digit numbers. And I've seen them on eBay. I haven't bought them. I don't know how good they are or how bad they are. So maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was, because it was like a 1010 or something. I forget what the numbers were. But I didn't know, you know, because sometimes, you know, as they evolve, they get worse. And I didn't know if this was one of those kind of things where the 4 never came back. They just kind of lost the features forever.
I think it was the 10 or maybe even the 110. There's also a 220.
Yeah, I've had a 110 and a 220.
Yeah, one of those adds where you can actually print very large letters. I don't remember when that started, but it was sometime after the 10 that started. But these are features like you're not really going to want to use for like writing letters or a manuscript or something. I think it was like the beginnings of desktop publishing, which culminated actually in what I have is the Star Writer, which is my version is also thermal. And that is definitely intended for desktop publishing. I mean, there's like these headers you can put. It has floppy disks. Yeah, clip art. Yes.
Yeah, it's these kinds of machines that aren't very well documented. You know, there's no like one website that gives you the history and features of all these machines.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is I couldn't find, like a spreadsheet with features.
It's kind of one of those things where there's word of mouth. Like Brian, for instance, has experience with one of these, and probably nobody else on the typewriter community may have experience with that one model because they're so rare. And then even like the guys that publish used manuals online, you may not be able to get the manuals for all these thermal machines.
Wow.
So even knowing their features is difficult sometimes without having to collect every one of them and then do that project.
Which strangely, I'm trying to collect the Typestar line, but I've pretty much hit the wall of the ones I do manage to get that I really need. They inevitably are not shipped well, or they didn't work to begin with, that sort of thing. So it's getting to the point where I'm extremely frustrated. Like at one point I had a Typestar 2 and it didn't work. And they actually wanted me to send it back for the refund, so I had to send it back. But basically the summary is stick with the Typestar 4, maybe the 5. But I will tempt you by saying I actually really, really love the Brother EP5 and EP7.
Oh.
They actually removed the screen, so it's more of a classic typing experience where you're looking at the paper rather than looking at a little screen. So it's very interesting. So
it's non-correctable at all. It's non-correctable typing.
Well, that's the funny thing. It does have a little correctable ribbon actually.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
It has a spell check feature,
but not on thermal paper.
Yeah, I think that's if you're using the
cartridge.
The cartridge, yes.
Yeah, it's a lift off.
Yes. Doesn't the Typestar 7 have a spell check in it also?
Yes.
The EP7, I mean.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, which is weird. It beeps at you.
Yeah.
I've got a Typestar 10 that I think it's got that big font you were talking about. I got to go look at it now.
Yeah, I think that is the one where that started, where it basically takes up 3 lines.
That's not an add-on. That comes with the machine stock.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But you could really scream to somebody in a letter,
Well, because the funny thing about previous thermal typewriters is they have the expanded style, which is kind of silly because all it's doing is it's stretching out the letters this way.
Yeah.
So it makes them look, short and fat. So
yeah, don't get
so, but the other stuff at the time, Commodore 64s and stuff like that. I mean, it was competitive.
That's true. That's true. Yep.
Interesting. Sounds like a rabbit hole.
I got a 5 too. I think
Say that again.
I thought that was a good idea. You set about somebody documenting all these. That would be some nice project for somebody. Maybe John Monroe. If John Monroe's not here, maybe we can nominate him to do that. He loves his type art.
Yeah.
Between him and Gregory, we should have 2 experts here that would.
There you go.
Build a nice website about thermal typewriters.
Didn't Ted do one too on a 4 one on the blog?
He's done several. He's done the EP20. There's the little one that he started with and that he got me started with him too.
I have an EP20, an EP22, two EP44s, a Typestar 4, and I think that's it.
Yeah, I want to get the black one with the terminal functions in it.
Oh yeah, that's the EP22.
Yeah,
you're gonna have a lot of frustration trying to talk to it.
Oh, well, I got to talk to something.
Yeah, it doesn't have a very good implementation of RS-232 protocol.
That's okay.
So it's got like 2 baud rates, and neither one of them actually talks to actually works.
I'll start with the oscilloscope and I'll work backward from there.
Yeah, that would probably be the best way to do it.
So some of the problems I've seen with these various machines is just the plastic little parts in the mechanism break so easy. Like my Typestar 4, the paper release lever, it releases the right side of the paper, but the left side doesn't because the mechanism is broken inside.
Oh.
And it's too intricate to get in there. And then you'd find a piece of plastic broken. And now what are you going to do with that? You know, it's, I mean, you could try 3D printing something, but it's not the same kind of plastic. It needs to be injection molded, you know, to fit and work right. And then like Kevin, my friend Kevin, he had I think he got a red Typestar 5. And he was really curious about it and liked the color, but it was the motor for the line advance, the stepper motor, intermittently slips and doesn't advance as far. And so the only way to make that workable is to literally turn the platen knob 2 clicks because it's a half line per click. Do it just like a carriage return without a line, without the advancing paper, then advance it manually. Is the only way to do that reliably. And he didn't want to do that. And plus, for him, he likes to use a typewriter more as a typesetting thing. He likes to, you know, set his type to certain margins and all this. And I'm just sort of laying out words on paper. I don't care how it's typeset, you know. So for him, the thermal typewriters were less useful. You know, they didn't have the flexibility of a real typewriter in terms of like, if you're in the auto carriage return mode, it's never going to actually line up the right column perfectly, like justified, unless you have that one feature.
I would say Typestar 4 will.
Yeah, Typestar 4 will. That's it. Yeah.
So the 4 is the go-to. Huh?
Well, you know, I found for my purposes, the thermal typewriters were best for like raw typing, you know, just stream of consciousness typing, and like especially late at night when the house is quiet, people are asleep, and you want to get some writing done. That's where it works for me because, you know, you're probably going to do something with that anyways, other than just archive it. You're going to probably edit it and rewrite it maybe a little bit or something. So, although I do save my thermal typings and they are in good shape still, you know, because I keep them in room temperature and I keep them in a 3-ring binder so they stay out of the light and they seem to be okay.
Yeah.
Well, what drew me to them is what you described. I'm up pretty early before anyone else is, so having a quiet typewriter would be a benefit for me. So I thought about the thermals, and that's how I kind of got interested in this. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, I certainly recommend it.
Yeah. I'm anxious to get one. So
excellent.
That's all the news I have.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here, Rich.
Well, thank you.
The sharp one is also the
PA, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, the PA 1060 or 1050, I think.
1050.
Yeah, that I think that also does justification. It has a lot of the features that the Canon Typestar 4 does.
Yeah.
Which is that?
The Sharp PA 1050.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Joe had a shootout where he was.
Yeah. Like 5 different thermals, and I think the thing I didn't like about the Typestar 4 is the return key on the right side is very, very small, and it's easy to mishit the or no, it's the shift key, I guess.
Yeah.
The shift key on the right side is so small you'll hit the carriage return by mistake.
Yeah.
And also there's like the carriage return key has a little sunken area where it's like wasted keyboard space, and they could have made the shift key bigger and fill in that space. But that's about the only thing I didn't like about it is that, and I end up using the left-hand shift key all the time with it, because with a thermal machine, if you accidentally hit the carriage return, well, it's going to print. Yeah, it's going to print your line.
The whole line.
The whole line. So, when you don't want it to.
Yeah.
So do thermal printers work better in hot climates like Florida instead of like Canada?
That's a good question.
I have seen of the machines I have, some of them print darker than others intrinsically. And I think one of them, I can't remember if it was the Sharp, one of them has like a darkness adjustment on the side of it, I think, on the right side. But others are just intrinsically darker the way they're designed. In fact, these label makers here print really dark on regular thermal paper. They have a nice dark head because I guess they're designed to print through thicker, labels that require more heat. So,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of different qualities.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Angela, how are you doing? Where's the mute button?
I'm doing well. I went downstairs because I heard you guys talking about the thrift store fund. So I got this little royal container this last week at a thrift store. I wasn't going to buy any more, how it goes. I don't know how many I bought since I said that. And my son just found out I had it today because I told him I was a little embarrassed to tell him I bought another one.
Oh.
We know the feeling.
Well, this is a safe space, so you can always buy more typewriters here.
Oh, and he'll watch it on YouTube and say, "Hey, Mom, I saw you."
Oh, yeah. That's what I hope someday we have a non-virtual Herman so that we can all take the typewriters that we bought and don't necessarily want anymore and can trade or
exactly.
Some of them I just don't want to do the work that goes into some of them,
Yeah, I think David has something to say about that.
Yeah,
I said here, I vote for that. A live Herman's would be nice.
Yeah.
Where you can buy, sell, swap, and give away. Love
exactly. Yeah, because sometimes people give me machines, and I'm not going to say no because I don't want them to throw them away, or that's what would happen to a lot of them. Or some of them aren't sellable because they have a mouse has peed in a tight basket and they're all rusted and beyond repair. But there are plenty of good parts on it that somebody else could use, but not me.
Yeah. They're advertised as like new.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So who here has actually said no to a free typewriter?
Oh, wow.
Total silence.
Well, I have a Facebook friend that is from my hometown that I ended up being a friend with. And she said she was in Typewriter Collectors. I can't even think of her name right now, doggone it. But she had a bunch of typewriters, and she said she's getting rid of them all, and she knew that I'd be a good home for them. And one day I said, yeah, I'd like this one and this one. The next day I asked for 4 of them, and my sister picked them up, and she's holding on to them for me, but she had like 10 or something. And I don't know, she had a bunch of them and I didn't want them all, but I was like, dang, I don't have room for all these, and I don't know, when you find something in a thrift store, it's like, oh, one more. That's okay. One more. I can make room for one more. But when you get them, like, I can't handle 10 of them. I don't know what to do. And I haven't even got them yet. My sister's got them.
So you could have just taken them all and just left them with your sister until you had the room.
Yeah, except she's not a typewriter collector. But I told her, I said, look, if there's any you'd be interested in. And she kind of was, but she's like, I don't really have room. And, but she showed me pictures of her grandkids playing with them now. I was like, oh, that's cool. So hopefully they'll be interested and and they can have, and I told her, but so far I don't think they're going to take them, but whatever. I'm glad I want to tell you guys, I went on there last night because I'm on the East Coast. So I went on there at 11. That's when it comes on our time. And I waited 15 minutes and I'm like, I got to get to bed because I didn't see anybody. So I went to bed because I got to get up in the morning, go to church. Then I was there till 12. Well, church is till 12. I was there to what, 2 or so. I don't know. All I did was go home and take my equipment out of my car, turn on Zoom, and I drove here to a restaurant so I can eat. So if you guys are here after I'm done eating, I get the restaurant behind me. So if you guys are here when I get done eating, then I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be
Nice
here.
to see
Yeah.
All right. You guys have a good one.
All right. Thank
Eat
you, Larry.
well.
All right.
All right. Bye.
I do have to mention, so last night I was like tired from work and I was stressed out about school and I passed out on the couch and I woke up at about maybe 8:15 and I looked at my phone and I see a message from Diane saying, you need to start type and talk. I was like, oh no. So I started it like 20 minutes late. Yeah. So I'm sorry about that.
Oops, sorry, I was the nagger.
No, I appreciate that actually, because otherwise it wouldn't have happened. And there were people waiting. So yeah. Yeah. But anyway, that's what happened. Oh yeah. But yeah, anything else new with you, Angela?
Sorry, was that me again? I'm talking to my son about spark plugs, so we're trying to figure out something for his car. So.
Excellent. I was just asking you if there was anything else new.
I did make some postcards the other day. I bought some heavyweights, so that was fun to finally get my printer working and get some postcards done. So hope to start sending those out. I used other people's pictures for now, but I want to get to the point where I take pictures of my own. It'd be fun to use the typewriter with the picture.
Yeah.
Type the postcards.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, my son's grabbing them. Here we go.
Oh, cool.
So here we go.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
That is
How
very
did you make those?
I just did a Google spreadsheet, and then I just got the pictures off Unsplash, and then I did credits to the photographer at the bottom.
You're right.
And then the paper? How'd you print it?
This is 110 pounds, which still seems a little light to me. So I think I'm going to have to invest in a even heavier. I think they make 130 pound.
Well, just keep in mind if you want to type on them, you need them.
Yeah, true. This is legal to send. It's heavy enough to send, but it's still pretty light.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's 110, which is the most I could get in a regular store.
Yeah.
There's my dog sitting back there.
Yeah, so cute.
I cut up a Pop-Tarts box, so.
Good
And
idea.
I used a sticker, I used glue because I typed it on a sheet of paper, and then I put it on there, and then I had to put it under books for a few days and make sure it was, dry and all that before I put it on or put a stamp on it. It eventually did get to the person intended, so that was good.
Nice.
I'm a little late on my current one.
So, Angela, what kind of spark plugs are we talking about?
His Volvo V70.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes. Yes. Bosch spark plugs and a Volvo.
We live really close to downtown. In fact, I can look out my window and see the auto parts store.
Oh, wow.
My house in Maine is in the middle of nowhere, and here I am. There's a bus stop behind the house. There's AutoZone. There's all kinds of stuff right here close to us.
Excellent.
So you can just run over and get a spark plug.
Yeah.
And wire.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for being here, Angela.
You're welcome. Thanks for hosting as always. I don't think we thank you enough for being our fearless leader. And
I feel the love. Trust me, I feel the love. Yeah. And Dan, how are you doing? Dan,
Hi, I'm doing
Oh,
fine.
I'm
Sorry. Okay.
I'm so sorry, Dan Linder. We'll get back to you in just a moment.
I
But
thought I was.
Dan
I
Rubin.
know.
Dan's.
Right as I was saying it, I was like, "Uh-oh, there's a second Dan."
Okay.
All the Dans.
Yeah.
All the Dan.
It's
All the Dans,
it's not a
yes.
real a
Well-
real party unless you have more than one Dan present.
There you go.
Yeah. But Dan's got a bigger beard than me, so he can go first.
Okay. Yes, Dan Rubin, how are you?
And I'm doing well. I'm when last we spoke, I think I had to miss last week, but 2 weeks ago I was in Vienna. I got back to the UK from Vienna yesterday, so I'm 1 hour closer, but it's 7 p.m. So I'm giving you a toast. And yeah, no, but it's nice to see and hear everyone.
Excellent.
Again. And I'm looking forward to next week. I'm going to be attending Virtual Hermans, and it'll be my first time. So
the last one was wonderful.
I just hear everyone continue to talk about it and reference how good the last one was, and yeah, so I'm really looking forward to that next weekend. But no, things are good. I mean, I think 2 weeks ago, yeah, I was showing everyone my Gromina, which I continued to kind of type with. That was one that I'd found locally in Vienna, and it's my first quartz typewriter. So you know, I think over enough time I'd be able to switch my brain to be able to not make the Z or Y typos. But they did continue to happen on a regular basis even though I was typing on a daily basis. I've just been typing QWERTY for my entire life. So, but it's a fun typewriter to use. And so a couple of things that are interesting, like in this last week, I found in Vienna about a week ago, actually, and went in on last Monday, what might be the oldest still operating typewriter repair shop in the world. They say they are, and they've been running there in that same location in Vienna since 1930. So there's a really good chance that they are, or at least they're in very tight competition with, who knows, like a single digits of other stores around the world. But the guy I spoke with there was 4th generation repairman. They have all sorts of machines for sale, as well as, I mean, they do more modern machines as well. They sell and repair printers and photocopiers and other things. But they had so many brilliant machines there. Obviously, all QWERTZ rather than QWERTY. Although when I went in, they had just finished, and so it was sitting out on the desk. They had just finished a restoration for a client of a QWERTY Olivetti Grafica. So, which is the first time I've seen one in person. That's my white whale typewriter, and I'm sure it is for quite a few people. But it was a beautiful job too. You could not have known that thing didn't come straight out of the factory. It was just so pristine. And the play, I won't even pretend to be able to pronounce the name of the place. But they didn't. Instead of business cards, they had this little sheet, which I brought back. This is what they handed me. They have a website, and it's just kind of interesting to see. It's 4th generation typewriter repair and sales, and they're it seemed like a diamond in the rough. It was like finding Mecca by accident. So that was a wonderful find, and it was great to be able to go in and chat with the current owner. So that was kind of fun. And then I had to ship that Gromina back, so it's somewhere in between Austria and the UK, because I didn't have enough room in my suitcase or bag, since I already had my trusty Aristocrat with me, and that was about all that I had room for.
Yeah.
This is the one, by the way, that I have written my love letter, a love poem rather, to this week.
Oh, cool.
For the prompt
Excellent.
to this on this, and then I've actually had a number of machines that I haven't even seen yet arrive to my very good friend, who I think I've mentioned before, who lives in the UK, and when I find she and I have worked on some projects together, like professionally, but because she loves the typewriters as well and loves my addiction to them, she's an enabler and allows me to ship things that I find when I'm not here to her, and she just holds them for me. So I have a Remington Model 7, noiseless Model 7 waiting that I haven't seen yet. I haven't met. I'll be meeting it this week. I'm very excited about that. And a few other bits and pieces. I think a couple more Olympia Splendid models, which I'm addicted to in all their variations. That's a dangerous thing when you find for whatever reason you're attracted to different color schemes of the same machine. But that particular machine was the same as essentially as my dad's original SF. So for whatever reason, it just I find if I find another one cheap, then it's a color scheme I don't have. I find I have to have it. So I've got a few of those things that will be new to me, but they are new since we last spoke. And then the last thing, which is fun, because I love looking around Facebook Marketplace and eBay for deals in the UK, especially, which again, the market is just so slow here when it comes to typewriters compared to the US. But I love finding ones where people refuse to ship them. They're just for pickup, because it's so easy to find incredible deals that are just a little too out of the way for most people. As long as you can get there, you can you can get a steal. So I've actually got, this week I'm going to be picking up my first SM4. Oh, awesome. which I found locally for £20, and it's been sitting there unsold for 4 months because it's just not in a convenient place for most people. So it's pretty close to here, and that'll be fun to have. And then I picked up on my way back from the airport yesterday with all my bags in tow, because the guy was willing to meet me at a train station that was on the way to where I was going. One that was also, I found on eBay at the beginning of January, that was also for pickup only. And so I snagged myself a 1974 SM9, which is in, and it's an elite typeface, which is also nice. It's incredibly clean. Nothing really needs to be done to it other than the ribbon vibrator is a little sticky, but that should be an easy clean. I've done that before on an older SM9 and 8 that I have in the States. So yeah, it's been a productive couple of weeks for me.
Well, yeah, you feel the Splendids are tough as far as collecting the colors. Now that you got an SM4, it's going to open up a whole other level. So if you're looking for, sympathy on the whole collecting different colors of the same typewriter, you came to the wrong place, buddy.
I was well, no sympathy in that everyone understands what.
Totally. We've got lots of colors. We're with you.
I mean, the I've already felt it a little bit with the kind of beaten up SM3 that I found back in December, which was, again, it was a cheap find, and I already have a green SM3, but this was a gray one. And even though it was a bit beaten up, I thought, well, my green one's a US keyboard, this one's a UK keyboard, and it's a different color. It was not difficult to convince myself that I needed.
We've got a book of rationalizations you can use if you ever find yourself hard up.
Yeah, I know where not to come if I'm looking to save my wallet.
Yeah, don't come here.
Exactly. But and one more thing that I will leave, because I saw someone reference this a few weeks ago on the subreddit, I think, but and I was really curious about it and haven't seen too many reports of people actually trying it on their Platens. So I thought, why not give it a try myself? So I've picked up this Platen Clean, which is a modern kind of cleaning. It's meant for print rollers. It's a print roller cleaner and restorer. So it's for photocopiers and printers, but they're all still made of rubber. Yeah. And I'm really curious about it. It didn't cost that much for a 1 liter bottle. They make them in smaller spray bottles, but for some reason it would have taken ages to ship to me. So I'm going to try this actually on this SM9, because it's just got the typical kind of slightly dusty platen and feed rollers. But yeah, has anyone else tried any of the? I know there are a few brands that I've come across. This was just the one that was easiest to get in the UK. Has anyone tried anything like this before? Yes. I know there are tons of ways to rejuvenate, but any of these particular kind of cleaners?
I have used the Max Pro rubber rejuvenator. Platinums do get to a point where they're so hard that they do not respond to anything.
Sure.
If it still reads on your short A durometer, it will respond. If it's off the scale, it probably won't. I have a short A durometer. Have a brother JP2 platinum specs out at 96. After 3 or 4 applications, it dropped down to 94. So it did soften it a little bit.
Yeah. And what do you have there, Sean?
So I'm showing, so that's Rubber Renew, MG Chemicals Rubber Renew, which is pretty powerful stuff. I've got to wear a mask when I use it, and it's got to be in a very well ventilated place because I felt my lungs collapsing when I first opened this back a couple years ago. Anyway, yeah, same as sort of Bill. If the rubber's not fully like gone, it will bring a bit of shore back. But if it's like this Corona 4 from 1928, it will not do anything to this. Just make a lot of smelly stuff. So yeah, it's pretty powerful. I don't know exactly what's in it. I haven't really looked because I don't want to know, but it's got a powerful enough smell that it feels like it works, which I guess is the mental aspect of it all. But yeah, I mean, I think it's probably similar to what William was showing.
I think it's made of people.
Soylent Green, hey?
Yes.
Contains people.
And one note on what you call dusty platins, or like the ones that have glaze or white on them.
Oh yeah.
You will it will help a lot if you add a little water when you put that stuff on it. It'll cut that glaze off. It's mostly paper residue is what that is. So a little bit of water is actually the best solvent for that.
Oh, wow. Excellent.
Good to know. Cheers.
Yeah, I've seen some typewriters on Shop Goodwill that I really wanted, but then they show a picture of the platen and it's like pure white, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh, that's easy to fix. Like especially
Okay,
SMs, like Olympia SMs tend to do that a lot. Like SM9s.
Okay.
Just a little bit of water, maybe a little bit of solvent, mix it together and put it on a rag and wipe it down. And it's the water that draws the paper out of the platen.
Okay.
I'll haunt you, Gregory. Now that you know you passed up all these typewriters.
I know. Yeah.
It cleans up real easy.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
that's an old printer's trick. Like when we're printing, we get paper glaze on the rollers and the blankets on a printing press, and so we'll use a little bit of solvent on a rag and then put water on there, and that just cuts that glaze right off.
Oh.
And what kind of solvent do you use there?
I actually still have chemicals from back when I was a printer. I have something called rubber rejuvenator, which is some terrifically horrible stuff that they don't make anymore. Nowadays, I just use, just whatever. Like I'll use, I'll use LPS1 on platens, just because it's you just need some sort of not really harsh solvent to get them clean. And I'll just use a little bit of LPS1 and water to clean off a platen.
Okay. So, quick question: what is your thought on the Van rubber rejuvenator, which I haven't seen?
I think that's actually the one I have.
Okay.
And it's really great for rejuvenating blankets, which are normally like Shore 50 to 60.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that it does a whole lot on a roller. That's it'll clean it. I'm not sure it does anything to restore it.
Okay.
I think those things are formulated for a much softer rubber than a platen.
Okay, fair enough.
Although I do have something called it's a little bottle with a brush in it that looks like rubber cement, but it's for what we call decompressing blankets. Like if we'd run an envelope through the press, it has different layers.
Mm-hmm.
Like an envelope has folds and places where it's glued. So you'll have 2 or 3 layers of paper through it. And that causes the blanket to compress. And you'll get what we call a hole in the blanket. And so we use that stuff to paint in the hole, and it would poof it out again. And I don't even have any idea what that stuff's made out of, but it's pretty harsh. But it might work on rejuvenating platens, but I would not say it would be a smooth rejuvenation. It would be lumpy.
I was beginning to get a little confused if we were talking about platens or talking about laundry.
Oh yeah.
Blankets and
well, the on an offset press you have a rubber blanket that's packed, and it compresses against a steel cylinder.
Oh, okay.
And it takes the ink off of the plate, puts it on the rubber blanket, and then impresses it into the paper against that steel cylinder.
Okay.
So, the rubber blanket is the kind of the medium to take the ink from the plate, which is where your artwork is, and that picks up ink off of the ink rollers, and it presses it onto that rubber blanket, and then the blanket presses it onto the paper.
Okay. Now, you see, I took graphics technology in school, and I worked on small what did you say the proper terminology for an
offset duplicator?
Offset duplicator rather than a press.
Yeah.
So yeah, I used the small offset duplicators, and I knew the physical process it was going through, but I had never heard the terminology of like blanket and all that. So
oh yeah, that's just what it was called back then.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a rubber blanket that you wrap around the roller.
There you go.
Exactly.
There you go. Very cool. All right. So now Dan Linder.
He's still there. Here he is.
Hi.
Hello, Dan.
Hi. Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to go. I just in for a quick showing. I actually bought something as a present for myself. That rarely happens, but it did. And I bought this little baby. Maybe you guys several have seen it on Facebook, but let me just. Here she is.
Oh,
Bennett.
Bennett, yeah.
Yeah. So I got it like just today, a couple of days ago, and
Wow.
So it's a little bit. I don't know if you see. Do you get seasick watching this?
When you hear us throw up, you'll know.
Yeah. So I think
Wow.
it's nice. It's a little bit. I think I must do something for the cleaning because it's you got to press rather hard, and I think it's a little bit dusty in here, and so I got it into the bag, and it had one of these. I don't know if
What?
should this be here?
I've never seen one with a
No.
paper
The
bale.
paper bill, yeah.
No, but because it doesn't have any fixation, I don't seem where it goes on both sides of the plate. But it went into the package from the seller, so I guess this is a treat.
It looks like it has kind of a pegs on the inside.
Yeah.
That might fit
Maybe
into
go onto the
holes.
outside of the
Yeah.
flattened spots.
I wonder
So
if
that's-
this-
I just did a quick Google because I've never even seen one of these before, and and there's a one of the first things that came up is on the Antique shop, and the picture that's in there has that. So it definitely is part of it. Can't tell how it attaches though.
it looks like it attaches through those pegs that are on the ends. Like there should be holes that those fit into. And I'm guessing that I've never seen one before because that would be so easy to lose.
Yeah.
I gotta figure it out how to attach this, but otherwise I'm gonna do some cleaning. It's a fun machine. I think it requires some kind of mental positioning to just work the keys, because when you press down, several of the keys actually moves.
Yeah, they're not easy to type on.
No, but
I've heard.
they're pretty. They are pretty. It's the first, and it's a Swedish keyboard. So
Oh,
it's,
cool.
Yeah.
When you open it up, you'll be amazed at the mechanism inside. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like there's not much to open up, actually.
I think just those two knobs on the sides just unscrew and it
Yeah,
comes apart.
yeah.
There really isn't much to those.
Mhm.
I've seen one opened up and service. Whoops, can't get off the keyboard. And there really isn't much in there.
No, but
So
it's
it's-
very fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with the space bar on the top row here. That's
Yeah. And it's made in the USA.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
I
was
don't
a
know-
pocket typewriter.
Wow.
Sorry?
That was a pocket typewriter.
Yeah,
They were
yeah.
sold as.
People have
They
big
pretty
pockets.
big pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the latest catch.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So it's I learned, I don't know how much I will type on this, but it's very neat to have.
Yeah.
Well, the reason that multiple keys go down when you press them is that works by, it's almost a mechanical programming
Yeah.
that indexes that type wheel to a certain position based on how many of those keys along a certain lever are
Okay.
pressed.
Okay.
So it just goes to a different position based on how far that lever goes down.
Cool. So that's that's it. Otherwise, it's not much happening except this. This was a nice treat, but I have some cleaning to do. I did the beginner's mistake of actually putting oil into the segment of one of my favorite typewriters. I felt so stupid, and it's now totally clogged up. You can't move the type bars or anything, so I got to clean that with some kind of maybe it's the kind of thing that Sean demonstrated, having the lungs collapsed and everything. So
lighter fluid.
Yeah, probably.
Don't smoke at the same time.
No.
Yeah.
No, so that's it. Yes, I really miss that. It's a green Kermit green Gromo Calibri, and it's totally clogged. So that was kind of stupid to do, but hey, you learn as long as you live.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Another solution to use is, if you can get it, is carburetor cleaner from your local automotive store.
Oh yeah, that stuff works great.
But just be very careful not to get that onto anything plastic.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the
done.
tip.
And
I have, and now that I know how to say it,
yeah,
I have a facet.
Ah, lovely.
Ah, yes.
Faucet.
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 Faucet TP2.
That's it.
Now the interesting thing is, I bought this one from Kijiji, from a it was dismantled, cleaned up, and reconditioned by a 14-year-old who has taken a shine to the machines.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's under 18, he cannot advertise on Kijiji, so his mom advertised them for him.
Okay.
And from talking with his mom, it sounds like he's quite shy, but really wants to get into the typewriter community. And so I guess, Greg, my question is, would it be permissible to invite him to a type and talk on a Saturday evening as a guest, even though he is not a member?
Yeah, it's not on YouTube, so my initial thought is yes, but of course, with parental permission.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
okay. I just wanted to run that by you first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So so there's no meetings next week. Do I understand correctly?
Correct. Yes, because
Okay.
virtual Hermans. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will type the young lad a letter on this typewriter and invite him to the Type and Talk 2 weeks from now.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Sounds
Excellent.
good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. And
I just want to say goodbye because I'm off to typing a letter to my loved one. She's getting a typewritten love letter tomorrow on Valentine's Day. Yeah. So it's a long one, so I gotta start to prepare it.
Okay. Take care, Dan. Great talking to you as always.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah.
See you at Herman's.
Excellent. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, other Dan.
How do I love you? Let me count the ways. My typewriter says.
And I'm just reminded that Dan Rubin said that he had done the typing prompt. Did you want to share that, or did you want to wait?
Are you doing it at the end as usual?
No, we could do it now.
To have people doing. Oh yeah, sure.
If we don't do it now, we might not do it. So
I know exactly. That's happened.
Where
before.
did I put it?
Yeah,
it was good. Well, because I just every time I've been able to join in the past, I've completely forgotten that there is a typing prompt, and then so of course I haven't done it, and then I only remember it when you mention it. So this time I thought, let me look it up, and I only did this a few hours ago, but it was fun because I kind of told myself I would just do a little stream of consciousness, which is kind of oddly how I find I type whenever I'm typing with a typewriter, and it's something that just almost never happens when I'm typing on a computer, and I think it's just because of all the helpful interruptions that computers tend to make.
Yes.
So this was kind of a brilliant exercise as well for a number of different reasons. So I read the whole thing. It's quite, even though it's on a little A5 sheet, I kept going for a while.
Go for it.
All right, let me get some good light here. All right, so it is titled A Love Poem to a Typewriter. That's very unimaginative, but I figured why not? For the way your keys gently caress my fingertips, for the tiny ding you make to congratulate me on my progress, the face almost smiling of your cover greets without malice, or greets me, sorry, I can't even read what I've typed, greets me without malice nor judgment whenever I reach for you. And of course, this is a little reminder halfway through, if you forget the face on the cover of the Babies and Aristocrats, it always makes me smile when I'm opening them up. For these things and more, I adore you. You, my little aristocrat, an empire by name and lineage, your Swiss roots shining through with every keystroke, the swift, sharp, yet not too loud report as each slug strikes the paper, a reminder of the work you have done and continue to do. Your life before we met is unknown to me. The marks on your strike plate, the only acknowledgement of past relationships, of the lovers whose hands knew you intimately over the decades. You lived many lifetimes before I was born. I often wonder whether other lives may have even been created through your touch. For your past, for our present, and for the words we have already shared and the many we have yet to discover together, I thank you.
Oh, wonderful.
And
excellent. Good job.
Beautiful. Yes.
Very
Thank
cool.
you. It makes me smile to reread, and it made me smile to kind of dump that out of my head unprompted. Well, prompted, but unplanned.
Yeah.
I gotta say, if you have a friend that you type stuff to and they hear that, they're liable to be jealous.
That is true.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, there's no human that lacks judgment in the way that a typewriter does.
That's true.
So the typewriter will always win. I'm sorry.
Plus, you can call it baby late at night.
Yeah.
Love it.
Gregory, I've got one. I'll get it if you don't mind.
Go for it. Go for it.
I actually wrote two. One is this morning. So I write prompts, Dan, just so you know. I don't think anybody has to feel like they got to write it the night before. I always write when I get on here. So as soon as I get on, I read when Gregory talks and I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So then I start typing it up. And sometimes it's distracting and I don't always write like I'd want to because I'm listening to you guys talk and trying to do multi things at the same time. And as any woman will tell you, men are just not good at multitasking. But anyway, but I wrote this one last night, and this is actually typewriter porn. I realized as I was walking the dog you could really, really deliver like one of those Harlequin romances, but just with a typewriter instead of a woman. And I wrote it, but it's way too dirty to read on here. Because I really managed to work in a lot of really interesting things, and I thought, oh, I'm pretty proud of myself, but I'll never publish that now. So I'll just read the first 2 lines of that, and then I'll move on to the actual love poem here. He saw her from across the room, resplendent in green, accented with gold. She looks a little dull, he thought to himself. She needs my love. He moved quickly across the room, not hesitating to start putting his hands all over her body, caressing her. She clacked in happiness. We'll leave it at that. All right. So here's my not like Dan's not really well titled "Write a Love Poem for Your Typewriter." You bring me out of my funk when I'm mired in doubt. You make me think about my thinking when I am trying to see another side. You soothe me when you click and clack, connecting me to what is important in life as a human, as an analog being. Deprived of connection, you help me connect again to the universe and to myself. I love you more than you know, and never believe I love you less, because I bring another love home. I have a lot of love to give. I will keep you safe and let you live the life you should always have, to be as you were when you were young and new.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
I'm going to go in here to this is CHKD Thrift Store. And you'll be with me if there's because you guys made me think of that. They're open Sunday. I'm going to go in here and see if they got something. So if there's some, Will walk in with you live. And I'm going to keep the volume down so I don't disturb people. And I'll show you if there's something in there.
So Larry, this will be like a reverse unboxing. You actually don't find a box, but you find it. That'll be cool.
So Larry, have you found typewriters at this place before?
Oh, this is the best place, actually. I've been getting them here since the early 90s.
Oh,
exciting. So the odds are good, huh?
You might make people jealous.
Yeah, the odds are good, actually. I mean, overall, the other thrift stores, there's Salvation Army and Goodwill, and then Hope Line, and then like some private stores. But yeah, this is the best one that I've found. I mean, I found them in all of those, but the last one was in Hope Line. Actually, my cool steel one was from Hope Line, but I think I've only found maybe just that one there. Even I don't know. I've been going there a long time too.
Well,
anyway, you'll find out. I won't talk. In fact, I'll mute myself so you don't hear all the noise in here or whatever. That's what I did when I was driving. I realized I needed to, so you didn't hear my loud call.
Actually, if you could keep it muted, just because they're probably playing music in the store. And
oh yeah, that's right.
If YouTube analyzes that, they could shut us down like immediately. That's happened to me before. So
good point. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here goes.
Excellent. Yeah. On my other YouTube channel, which has been on hiatus for a very long time, I was playing music in the background. I was talking over it, but I was playing music in the background. YouTube detected it as I was doing the live stream, and all of a sudden my live stream ended, and I was like, "What?" And I couldn't do live streams for 3 months after that. So we don't want that to happen here.
What's this loss? 9.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very, very frustrating experience. So I'm very, very wary of that. But we can see Larry. He's walking into the store there, and excellent.
I suppose that would be considered redistributing music.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Look.
Even though we can all listen to it on Spotify for free.
I know.
Found one already.
Yeah.
Larry found one already.
A gray beast.
Ooh.
I don't hear any music, so I think we're good.
Like a Smith Corona daisy wheel.
Ooh,
that's kind of cool. It's just a retro thing. Yeah. Anybody want it?
Just hand it through to me.
I have several actually, and I never intended to get them, but my wife got me one, and then I ended up like, that's pretty cool. And so I got like, I don't know, 4 or 5 wedges probably.
I like
all I ever seen at a thrift store.
Yeah. Well, that's not all I can see, but that's what I got today. Hey, my hunch was good anyway. I'll mute you again. I'm sorry.
Excellent. Very cool. All right. While he's traveling around in the store there, Natasha, we haven't seen you in ages.
Natasha.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. It's been so
Happy
long.
New Year, even though we're late into it. It's my first one since this new year started. Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. Yeah.
No new typewriters to report because I've just kind of burned out on buying them, because they're the prices and all that, and the ones they're priced so high for what they're worth type of thing, and around here. And then I don't want them shipped. So I think my next thing to do is just start visiting the thrift shops, which around here, they mostly have electric typewriters. And electric typewriters are the devil to me. So, because the two that I own growl. So, no. So I do have a writing prompt ready too.
Cool.
And also, if you want a typewriter that's ugly for the ugliest typewriter contest that actually works, you know which one I'm gonna pull up, don't you? Some of y'all know. Mr. Rona. Mr. Rona right here. I think he'll win. Look at him.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Well, the stickers help.
Yeah.
And I got your sticker on top somewhere there.
Yeah.
And then he's got a cracked face. See?
Oh,
So yeah, he'll probably get it.
Yeah.
He worked.
Definitely top 3.
So yeah, and I mean, let me think of anything else. I think that's it. I've been working on screenplays actually, guys. I don't know if anybody else in here does that. I sent one off to my best friend who has her own production company in Little Rock. So she sent it off also to a director down there who's a UCA professor. So she says she feels good about it. I don't know. I sent it off for a read and they gave it a rating that was okay, like in the middle. So I still have some work to do on it. I'm actually working on one now while y'all were talking.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I've been really, really into.
Yeah.
Oh, and last week when our electricity went out, we were at a hotel. And I came back home Sunday right in time for Type Pals, It was 11 o'clock. I sat at my computer and I was going to get on. I turned around and my internet's out.
Oh.
And I was like, dang it, I didn't want to use all my data, which I ended up doing anyway because it was off for days. So, yeah, that's why I didn't get on last week. I would have been on last week.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we spent one cold night in the house. And after that, I said, no, because I'm anemic. I was like, we got to go to a hotel. We can't do this.
Yeah, it seemed like quite an adventure weather-wise down there.
It was crazy, but we got through it. And my friend, I admire them. They stayed in the house the whole time in theirs. I was like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't.
Wow.
But yeah, that's it. That's all I can think of.
What typewriter did you take to the hotel?
Oh, I did. You should. I took my 37 Remington 5, the shiny one. Yeah.
Nice.
The race car, I call it. Yeah. Sure did. She knows me. I don't take one at least.
Yeah, and who needs electricity, like you said, right?
Yeah. Oh, and I had my daughter type up her paper on typewriter. It was the Underwood. Underwood Leader. Yeah. So she typed up this little paper here, and her teacher was proud of her. And all her little mistakes because I was trying to show her that that's what you do until you get used to it with the, you're going to keep. The thing she kept messing up on was when you roll the paper up to do a whiteout to something, then you have to pull it back down, roll it back down.
The same
But
amount, yeah.
she kept forgetting to roll it back down.
Oh.
I said, this right here will teach you.
And that.
Doing it enough, you'll learn not to do it. So yeah, she got on there because we ran out of ink. Interesting. And also the other printer, it quit working over there. It quit working, Wi-Fi-ish, I guess what you call it. So I was like, well, that's what typewriters are for. We ended up actually having to use a typewriter.
Wow.
If that makes sense. So yeah.
So did your daughter use 1 or 2 spaces after periods?
One.
One.
Yeah. I know there's been a debate about that, isn't it? Lately, somebody's been raised
Well,
that.
I grew up with 2, and I don't even know when people started talking about 1. No one sent me the
Reporters have to use 1. If I was when I worked in journalism, you have to use only 1. But if you're writing a personal letter or whatever, you can choose to put 2. 2 is a sort of standard for personal correspondence.
So when did 1 start?
Okay, I didn't have any knowledge of that until I think Eric Mondor woke me up to that. So I had no idea.
Yeah.
I've been using 1.
Do we know why they would put 2 after the period?
Yeah, it's for on a typewriter, it's single space. A single or mono spaced. It's every character's the same length, so it looks better.
Did
gives you a little
anybody
sense of
ever
space.
read, there's a book called The Mac is Not a Typewriter by Robin Williams, I think it is. And it's an old book from the 80s when the Mac came out. And it talks all about the monospace and why you do that. You don't need to do that on a computer anymore and all that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
On the cartoon strip Bloom County, Opus, the Penguin, started a political party to say go back to the 2 spaces. They didn't get very far, but
I still always use 2. I mean,
too.
I don't know when it switched.
Yep.
On the typewriter.
From what I understand, double spacing is always used at the end of a sentence to differentiate a period at the end of a sentence versus a period after an abbreviation.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Like if you are writing for this, that, t'other, etc. period, single space, then you carry on after single space. But once you reach the end of the sentence, then you start a new, then you double space, period, double space. Now that I've gone through this,
that makes more sense.
Yeah.
And it is something that is very specific to typewriters, though. Like even typesetting before typewriters and during typewriters, there wasn't anything like that because you're proportionally spacing everything.
Yes.
I got into design originally in my teens because of typography. So like that's one of the first things that I learned because I'd learned how to type on a typewriter and I was always putting double spaces after full stops. And then I immediately had to go, oh, nope, I'm typesetting now. That's not a thing. And I have been fighting against a world that continues to type 2 spaces even in Microsoft Word since whenever I have to typeset something, it's that's one of the first things I do is search for full stop and 2 spaces, and you just do a full find and replace to get rid of them in the document.
Well, I do too, and except commas, I use 1. I didn't hear William's answer. I was distracted with my wife, but I don't know if you agree. The comma is 1 space and the period is 2 spaces.
okay, Rich, the reason for double space after a period at the end of the sentence was to differentiate between the end of a sentence and the period after an abbreviation. Now, if you're writing about this, that, etc., so you get ETC period single space and the rest of what's included in here, then because if you do a single space after a sentence, it may be mistaken as if you only have a short word that may have been an abbreviation for something.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Now, I learned that in a book that Mum bought me when I first came to Canada in 1980. So I was in 81, so I was just 20. And it's called Typing for Beginners. And that's the reason it gave for doing double space at the end of the sentence and single space after an abbreviation.
So why is there not that confusion with typesetting or using Word?
Because if you look at type,
the little lead blocks that letters come on, Dan knows what they're called. Each letter has its own width. So in typesetting, they are proportionally spaced. Like an I block is narrower than an N block, which is narrower than an M block.
Yeah.
And that's why I have a hyphen, a N dash, and an M dash, which differentiate between the difference in lengths of the dashes.
What's interesting in the typewriter world, though, is that even when proportional typewriters it became a thing with more electronic typewriters, when type bars became a thing of the past, that it doesn't seem, or at least I haven't come across any evidence of this, someone else here might know, but it doesn't seem like the logic was programmed into those more advanced, like the type ball machines and discs machines that had proportional type. They still didn't have the logic to adjust the width of a space after a sentence end, because they obviously wouldn't know that you were ending a sentence. Whereas on a computer, there is logic built into both the word processing software and in more recent decades, there's logic built into typefaces themselves to adjust all sorts of spacing contextually. And then, of course, if you're doing proper typesetting, you'll manually enter like spaces of different widths and adjust those for your preference. But so even with electronic proportional typewriters, the two spaces at the end of a after a full stop at the end of a sentence are kind of necessary, as Bill was saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't know there went so much into typefaces or electronic whatchamacallit, the words. Anyways, fonts. I had no idea so much went into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I have
It
my.
all goes back to the metal type.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Ready?
Yeah. Go ahead, Natasha.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. I'm interested. Let me read this real quick. Valentine's typewriter. I love you, Super Speed LC. I love you more than you will ever see. You're the church lady, the one that survived the fire. 20 years later, you are the typewriter I desire. With your ball bearings, you're so smooth. After a good cleaning, you were so easy to use. There is stiff competition, Royal 10s and KMGs and Remy's, but don't you be concerned at all. They cannot be your enemy. All of my typers get love. There should be no jealousy. I love you so very much, my 1938 LC.
Excellent. Very
Love
good.
it. Oh my gosh, she's the heaviest one. Okay, here she is. Oh goodness.
Oof.
Let me get her. Hold on, let me get her. I'm sorry, guys, because I need to get a camera down here. I actually bought a camera, but I just haven't hooked it up yet. So here she is.
There we go.
And she survived the fire. Yeah.
Wow.
Gorgeous.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
That's amazing. That is worthy of a Valentine's poem. Definitely. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. And was there anything else new with you, Natasha?
No, just working on these screenplays, man. I actually find them a lot of fun. I adapted my first screenplay from a book that I wrote, a novella that I wrote and published on Amazon. I self-published. And I still have to work on my infrared book that I promised to my publisher, but I've been so caught up in these screenplays trying to get something going with that. So I procrastinated to the point where we only got a couple of weeks left.
Oh.
Yeah, I might have to do an extension, but other than that, yeah.
And there's nothing like productivity when there's a deadline, for sure.
Yes, I think I do better with the deadline, you know.
I do too.
Because if I'm free to do something, then I'm just gonna push it, you know, until the point where it's just ridiculous. So yeah.
Excellent.
Me too. I work better that way.
Yeah, under pressure. Yeah.
We have a minute, it only takes a minute.
Yeah.
Anybody else in here do any screenplays or anything for fun, or just, nobody else does that?
I don't do screenplays, but I do novels and short stories.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah. But I kick into this. I'm like,
I thought about doing a screenplay until I looked into like how it's written, and I was like, no, I don't have the patience for that.
yeah, if you get fade in, or it's another one that you get, it's pretty much formatted for you. Because if you try to do it by word processing and all that, no, it's too much. And doing it by typewriter, I love my typewriters, but I learned the hard way with the OCR thing when I was typing up the marriage counseling series and taking pictures of it and then having to go through, take a picture of it, put it on the computer. I had to basically almost retype every page on the computer. So as much as I love my typewriters, I cannot do this on a typewriter. It's a bit of it would be
extra work,
to put it lightly.
I wonder if it'd be fun to do it like backwards, where it's like a published work and then you go typewrite it to have your typewriter copy.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably do a screenplay that's really small, like a few pages on a typewriter, but if it's like hundreds of pages, like 120, 56, no.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, I was extremely interested in screenwriting, and I read this book. I don't remember what it was, but it was brutally honest about the industry.
Yes. Yeah.
Basically saying, if you write a script, the chances of you being the script writer that gets credited in the film is very rare. So oftentimes the studios will just buy like the idea. I forget, there's a proper term for it, not a synopsis, but
either the log line or the what's the other word? A synopsis, or if there's another word, I forget though. But
treatment.
By the treatment. Yes, there you go.
Thank you, Michael. Yes.
Yeah, treatment.
So oftentimes they'll just buy the treatment from you, which is essentially, my understanding, if I'm remembering correctly, is the script without the formatting, without all the formatting,
yes,
and is covering more of the basic idea and the story,
yes, that's it,
rather than word for word what's going to happen.
Narrative description of what's going on.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, production houses have their own staff writers.
Yeah, so basically, so basically it quickly became very discouraging. Like, well, I'm going to spend all this time writing, and then I'm not even going to get credit for it. Sure, they might pay me for it, but I'm not going to get credit for it. I actually want the credit more than I want the money. Well, maybe not, but
yeah, no, you're right to want the credit because you'll get more work. How do people know about you without you getting some form of credit? Unless it's word of mouth on the back, and there's millions of people who get that. So
that speaks back to the one space and two space, because published works, if you look at any formal style guide, they all say one space after the end of a sentence for any published works. So if you're writing for the American Psychology Now, or whatever, the standard is one space after end of period.
Okay.
Yeah, I've talked to a screenplay writer, the guy who wrote the wrote the movie Fracture with Anthony Hopkins. His name is Glenn Gers, and he has a YouTube channel, and he's very reachable. You can talk to him; he'll tell you everything. And he's an Emmy winner, so he'll talk to you. He's real nice. He actually sold, like you're saying, some screenplays, and they didn't even go into production. They just liked the idea. Exactly. Yeah. So they paid him big money just to sit on the script in case they do make it, and they never made it, but he got paid.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing, is a lot of things never go to production, but they've bought the rights to it, so you can't have it back. You can't put
exactly.
It's gone. It's in the ether.
It's on the shelf.
Yep, it's on the shelf. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't know what I'll do with this. I'm just I'm just having fun at the moment, and then we'll see where it goes.
That's the main thing, that you're having fun with it, and you have a creative release. So, but yeah, we definitely wish you luck with it, though. Definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. And Michael, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Excellent.
Doing pretty well here. I'm just I'm trying to figure out the type bar rest on this rimette. So, and I think it's just a piece of tubing, so I think it'll be all right.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and well, I haven't figured out what to do on my SM9, which seems to have shrunk its type bar rest, and it's a kind of an oblong piece of rubber. So I'm not sure what to make with that, but I'll find something.
Yeah.
But anyway, things are going well here. I haven't done a lot of writing this week. I did some the other week. Actually, I've gotten a lot of use out of the thermal typewriter you sent me,
Oh,
which
nice.
which is very nice for with the roll paper, just to do a sort of stream of consciousness kind of thing and
Yes.
write a huge thing and then condense that for whatever I'm trying to write. But that seems to work really well for that. I'm still not used to the sort of the asynchronous bit of the it types after you
Exactly.
type it. So I might seem to make a lot of mistakes with it, but because I'm sort of watching the thing and then I'm
I know. You'll get used to it. Trust me.
Yeah.
I started out that way. It takes some getting used to,
Yeah.
but yeah, you'll get used to it. And I think they're a lot of fun, and I think they have their use. So
yeah, it is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I got a book which some of you may have seen, but it's I'll see if I can do it. It's called Cheap Copies, which is the Obsolete Press Guide to DIY Hectography, Mimeography, and Spirit Duplication by Rich
cool.
Dana.
Wow.
It's a fairly new book. And it's only available from him. It's self-published, I think. And so it's kind of interesting to see how to do, mimeographs and stuff like that. I mean, I don't have any of that equipment. Don't know if I want to buy any of that equipment because I don't have any space here, but
Yeah.
it's kind of interesting to read about these processes. And I think the thermal typewriter kind of started me off in this, because you can get these tattoo stencils that are thermal. And so you might be able to make a stencil from that, although there's other ones that you can use with a regular typewriter. So we'll see. But the mimeograph stencils aren't available now, but I haven't gotten to that chapter yet. So we'll see
Yeah.
how that works out. But I recommend the book. It's very interesting. And you can look at it. I think it's called Obsolete Press or something like that is the name of the thing. But anyway, just Cheap Copies, just Google that and you'll find it's kind of an interesting book. And there's not a lot of, there is a material online about it, but it's kind of scattered all over, and this kind of puts everything together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Obsolete Press. And he did a Kickstarter to fund the book, but that's already done. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's a pretty good book.
Yeah. Very cool.
But that's about all from here. Just enjoying listening to all this. I don't usually get on the Saturday night thing. I intend to lots of times, but it's 11 o'clock here when it rolls around, and it gets a little late for me. So
I know.
I'm usually awake, but I'm usually not up to sort of chatting and talking or anything like
Exactly.
that. So
Yeah.
I've been on a couple of times, but not in a while.
Okay.
And I can't make virtual Hermits next week. We've got a family gathering next week. It's probably going to take up most of my time. I may register anyway and just sort of take my phone along and see if I can, check in here and there, but I'm not sure I'll be able to. So we'll see.
Yeah. And of course it's going to be recorded. So that's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, I'll have to watch it later, but that'll be good.
Yeah.
Some of you already know, so it's nice. Interesting to hear your story, Greg.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Anyway, enjoying watching everybody's stuff there. I don't have a typing prompt this week. I didn't get around to typing that well, and I always do it while I sit here, but I haven't gotten to it this time.
Yeah. I was actually curious how many people would do it, because I think people either love poetry or they hate it.
Yeah.
So I was curious, but we've already had a few good submissions, so I'm very
we
happy with that. Yeah, excellent. But it's always good seeing you, Michael. So
thank you.
Yeah, and she has her back turned to us now, but how is Kara doing?
Just waited till I turned away for a second to type.
I know. You're my virtual Herman's buddy.
I am. I get to be your support person. I'm so excited. I've been writing little introductions for you in my head. I should probably check them out with you before next week.
You can surprise me.
Oh, okay.
I might blush, but
yeah, don't worry. I won't go where Sean goes, so you don't have to blush.
Excellent.
Oh, really? I'm following you around.
Okay, Sean, if you wanna type up some intro that I should give for Gregory.
I was just thinking of a perfect one. I'll write it up and I'll send you a picture of it.
Oh,
You'll
yeah?
love it. Oh yeah. It'll make Greg like super international man of typewriter mystery. It'll be awesome.
There you go.
Super international man of typewriter mystery. Write that down, or I'm gonna have to take notes. And so you said it was going to be that Type House is canceled next week, so we can recover from it.
Yes.
Is that right?
So we can attend and then recover from it. Yeah.
Yeah, David, when David sent me the assignments, I'm assigned to you and Megan Ciata, and I was like, woohoo. And then he said, and can you join at like first thing, can you join by 8:30 his time, which is 6:30 in the morning my time on a Saturday morning? And I was like, really? Is there really a reason that I have to be there at 6:30 in the morning? He's like, oh, you can join at 8:30 your time if you want. And I was like, thank you. If you want me functional. So it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it and hearing your talk. And
Yeah. And is there anything new with you?
I don't remember what state I was in last Sunday. Did I tell you guys about all the Shop Goodwill typewriters that I'm getting?
Oh, was that where you
No.
you were like in a weird state of mind and you
Yeah, I was sick, and part of the sickness was like this brain fog.
Yeah,
and
you-
then I finally
told us.
started feeling better, and then I started getting emails from Shop Goodwill saying, congratulations. And I was like, what? A what? I told my wife, I was like, guess what? I accidentally got a typewriter. And my wife is so great. Jules is so
A
great.
typewriter?
Well,
typewriter.
because that was the first one. And I was like, I do not remember this. And it's like, it's one thing if I've had a couple glasses of wine and then I do remember it, but I'm like, oh, but I honestly, I was so out of it. I didn't remember bidding on these. And I went on quite a spree because I kept getting these notices. And as my wife says, you don't actually win them. You have to pay for them. They're not going to just give it to you. But this time I was like, and then by like Tuesday, I was like, so remember how I told you about that typewriter that I accidentally bid on and won? And then there's actually 2 more coming as well. And their response was, well, you got to fill up the museum because I got these, things from IKEA, these display units. And I was like, that is like the nicest thing they could have said. So. And so, of course, I sent them. I went and looked like, what have I done? And I sent all the instructions on how to type things, and then I had to go back and like nudge them a little more on one of them and go like, so when are you going to send this one that I paid for? Because I paid for them right away. Anyway, so sometime this week, like next week, no typewriter club.
I know.
So I won't be able to share them with you, but I should have them at least in my possession by 2 weeks from now, not necessarily cleaned up. And I realized 2 very odd things. One is that all 3 of them are brown, and the other, which is kind of curious. And the other, well, I'm not sure about one of them. I can't tell. It's just really dirty, I think. But I don't know. But the other is that all of the ones that I won are replacements for ones that I gave away.
Oh,
interesting.
Not sold, like actually
filling a hole in your spirit. Filling a hole in your soul.
So they've come back around. So I'm very excited about that because they're also ones that I kind of regretted giving away. So
perfect. Did they smell okay? Did they have a smell report in the?
We'll find out. I haven't got them yet.
Okay.
You are going to save them for unboxing on the next Typewriter Club Live, right?
That's hard to do.
Oh, that could take a while. Unboxing 3 typewriters. I'll think about it. I'll think what
4 hours.
Yeah, I know. That could go on. I mean, we're going to have things to catch up on. All right, I'll think about it, Ted. That's a good idea. And I know Ted reminded me that in that brain fog that I had promised to send him my Royal with Vogue, and I totally forgot about that. And I will get on that. It takes me a while to pack and ship machines, so you might not see it for 30 years or so, but
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Just wanted you to remember.
yeah, I'll make a note of that. That's all I got. I was just about to write my poem. So
Okay.
carry on and then I'll try and jump in. Oh, it's already after 12. Well, it'll be short.
Okay. Okay. That works too.
Yeah.
And Lindsay, how are you?
I'm doing great. Keeping busy as we're talking.
Yeah.
No, nothing new in the typewriter sphere. I'm cleaning one of my saddles here, and then I've gotten into a bit of leather work myself, so trying to get into fixing and making my own gear for my horses. So other than that, yeah, that's about it. Work has been kind of crazy, so for those I owe letters to, I'm definitely behind. But yeah, other than that, I'm fairly boring.
Oh,
I did, on a happy note, I did get to meet Channing Tatum this last week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, he was doing a tour of a USO tour for his movie Dog to our base, and came to see where I work. So like, that was kind of cool.
Did you talk to him about typewriters?
I tried, but his entourage, he was cool. I gotta admit, he was very cool, very humble, like nice person. His entourage were the worst. They were so loud. So like, yeah, I didn't get to talk much. My boss was doing all the talking. So I like, hi guy, okay, and back to work. All right.
Oh.
Did you say your base?
Yes.
What base is that?
Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, Air Force.
I'm in the Navy actually, but it's a joint base, but that's where I work right now.
Oh, yeah. I've been there.
I wish I was in the Air Force. They got some nice stuff, man.
Yeah, when I was in Kuwait, I was with the Army, and we would take trips on Friday nights to the Air Force Base, which had a much better dining facility. They had the lobster and the steak, and we'd have to drive half an hour through the desert to get to it, but it was worth it.
Oh, for sure. All my deployments have been with the Army, and I love them, but it made me appreciate the Navy. And then I get to the Air Force Base, and I'm like, what is this? This is lovely. The Coast Guard, Coastie. I don't know. I guess we'll allow you to join. But no, it's a good place. Good people to work with. I work with dogs. So yeah, it keeps me entertained.
Dogs and horses?
Dogs and horses. Dogs on my off or at work, and horses on my off time. So and then typewriters, obviously.
Cool. Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for yours too.
Yeah. Thank you to all the veterans for their service. Yes, definitely.
And also the Coast Guard.
Oh yes, the Coast Guard. You know, he's like the younger brother we don't want to acknowledge, but if you mess with him, we're gonna fuck you up. You know.
Now, I do have to ask for your thoughts on the newest military branch, the Space Force.
Space Force.
I mean, the job's probably pretty nice right about now.
Yeah.
I know people that have.
Their officer academy are going to be called Space Cadets.
Yeah.
Well, I was really upset. I think they went with like Army ranking system, and I was like, if you've ever watched any sci-fi movie, like it was supposed to be Navy ranks. Come on now.
No.
So we're already following most of the sci-fi names, so why not just carry on? I don't know much about it, honestly.
Excellent. And I was also wondering, like, have you ever thought about fashioning a typewriter case out of the leather, like making your own typewriter case?
I have actually. I've got some practice leather. It's thinner leather than what I would normally work with, but it was cheap and fun to play with, right? And I was looking at it, and I was looking at my typewriter, but the only thing I was worried about is that it might trap in moisture. So I got to play with make sure it doesn't damage, the typewriters that are underneath it. But
yeah,
I was definitely thinking of maybe doing like leather logos and stuff on it, and like, you know, hey, this is a, you know, Smith Corona with a leather logo, and then maybe a material type cover over instead of the full leather, just because I don't know if the oils and how it handles moisture would damage the typewriters.
Do you carve leather?
I'm sorry?
You carve leather?
I do. Let's see.
Awesome.
There's some practice pieces for you. I don't know. If you
Sweet.
Are you going to paint them?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to paint them?
I'm debating whether or not I'm going to do paint or dye. I haven't played around with too much dye. I didn't do this. This is way. This was a fancy
another level.
this was a saddle maker did this one, but I've debated whether or not to try dye instead or paint, because you know they're all going to fade eventually. But
I've heard acrylic works.
Yeah, acrylic works really well. Like everything, eventually it'll wear off. You know, if it's you know moved a lot, like belts. Diluted acrylic actually works better than full strength acrylic. I tend to like the look of dye better, because I like when you know you can actually see like leather grain and stuff like that. You're going to see that more with dye. But it's kind of personal preference on that one.
I made a coaster with a logo I've kind of designed, which is basically a globe with a compass on it, and I painted it with acrylic, and then I sealed it, and it has not. I've put drinks for several years now on it, and it's working perfectly. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was thinking of making some more. Maybe I should do a typewriter coaster.
You should. You so should. I should work on it too. I've been focusing more on horse gear, but that's a great idea, actually. You know, because I always think from, you know, working gear standpoint, you know, eventually that's going to rub off, but you know, that type of stuff, you know, it doesn't get near as much use. So that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes me think of some, if you had thick enough saddle leather, it could make a really nice looking typewriter pad. I know a lot of us use other felt and other things, but thick enough saddle leather would still like absorb enough of the vibrations.
I've got tons of scrap leather. I'll have to try it, because I mean this is about saddle skirting length, and you know it's about that thick, so that should. I've got a couple.
Well, and you could carve a nice design into it, so it could just stay out regardless and look nice wherever you had it, and then put your typewriter on it when you need it.
I see a future business endeavor.
So I've done that. My big triumph, I've got a big sheet of leather on it. I forget what it is, a 6 or 7 ounce, but it works very well, and it diffuses sound, and it doesn't slide a bit. And so I've got a big roll of it. I don't know what else to do with it, so I've started cutting pieces and using them for that. So I mean, I wouldn't carve on it because it's underneath the typewriter, but I guess you could. And it's already finished, so it's not natural. But there's other things. The thing I was thinking about with the typewriter cover too was the same as you were saying about the moisture, because it would then start to get the smell inside the leather if it started having the moisture inside there. So I haven't gone to that. Maybe do a lining, because some of these boxes are old, you know, these cases. Maybe get a really like a furniture grade leather, real thin cover, real thin, and then just glue that on. That might be an option. And if you could carve it, if it was a natural, you know, you could do a carving on it too. So I mean, there's lots of options. I'm kind of like you. I just haven't got that far into thinking about it, but it's occurred to me. So.
Yeah. Excellent. All righty. Let's see here. I think we've have we greeted everyone? I think we have. Well, we haven't officially greeted Daniel Burgoyne, actually. How are you, sir?
How's it going?
Good.
First, right off the bat, I'd like to thank Kimberly for a nice letter that it made my day. She typed some of it in French with the French characters from her new Fawcett TP2, which has accents and German, and that was very nice of you. Thank you very much.
I value French highly. I'm just very poor at it, but
Well, but no, it's very good. It's very good. So, you know, any effort like that is welcome. So thank you very much. You guys were talking about scenarios, right? I actually got myself the French Dispatch. That is the, you know, like the screenplay. And talking about how difficult it is to write a screenplay, I got that, and yeah, it's another level of writing. It's a whole other level of writing. So I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting because I saw the movie, and we watched it streaming, well, from one of the services, Apple TV, I think we bought it from. And oh yeah, my wife said, should we rent or buy? I said, oh no, I'm buying it. I'm paying for that, and I'll out of my pocket because I actually wanted to watch it more than once. So that's the big thing about it, is I was able to watch more than once, and the second time I watched it, it was even more fun than the first time. So,
Excellent.
I really liked it a lot. And I received recently new knobs for the Platon for my Hermes 3000. So these are the white knobs. I'm not showing them very well. It's not showing. There's too much light.
We could just,
Okay, here maybe it's better.
Yeah.
If I took them out of the package, maybe that'll be an idea. And so these were 3D printed. And I got them from Amsterdam Typewriter. It's Biliana is her name, and she repairs Hermes and other typewriters, and she 3D prints those. So I'll be installing those into the typewriter. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Very much. And I saw a lot of people are getting Electras or electric Smith Coronas. And there's the always important question about the belts that are too old, that have a set shape in them because the typewriter has been sitting for too long, and so the V belt has a kink. So when you use the typewriter, the pulleys kind of jiggle, and the whole thing vibrates. And so I've been considering using. This is round belting, and it's textured, and it's polyurethane. It's a little bit stretchy. You're supposed to stretch just a little bit, but the most important thing is once you've got the right length, you heat it up, and you can fuse it, and makes a continuous belt without any joint. So this is 3 millimeters diameter. It's just a little bit bigger than 1.8. What I'm talking about, than 1/8 of an inch, and that might very well work, or one of those O-rings also might work on those typewriters. So for those that have bought Smith Coronas Electras, and so on and so forth, that use two V belts, there is that is a cheaper option to use those than to get V belts, because Gates also sells V belts, but they're pretty expensive. It's about I don't know, maybe $12 each, whereas one belt made with a length of this is about $1.
Wow.
And O-rings, you can buy O-rings at hardware stores or on Amazon. You can buy 5 of those for a reasonable price too. So maybe that, like, the cheap alternative is to use those, or the better textured. The thing about the textured belting, round belting, is that it has more grip, and at the same time, it doesn't make as much noise as the rubber O-rings. And Dwayne has a couple of videos about belts, and he found that the O-rings are a bit more noisy in the machines than the original V-belts.
Oh,
So that's all I have to say.
okay. Excellent.
Oh,
That's
thank
a
you very
lot of
much.
information there.
My wife is home. You want to meet my wife?
Sure.
Does she want to meet us? More to the point.
No,
I don't know
that's
how many people are on here right now. I don't even know.
there.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Larry.
Paula.
Nice to meet you.
Paula
Hi.
and everybody. I don't know how many people are on this Type Pals right now.
14.
14 people.
Oh, okay. I see 3.
Larry,
Yeah,
this
well,
would be a good time to read your prompt.
I'm using my phone. Oh, I didn't even think about the prompt at all because I've only heard it one time. I have only been coming on here. You know, I came on a couple nights and 2, maybe 3 times on Sunday. I don't know, but I forgot all about it.
That's okay.
And I was thinking in the car I could make up something, but I don't even know what the prompt is about. Valentine's Day, is about typewriter love, or what's it about?
It basically writing a love poem for your typewriter.
That's why I suggest you're reading it now while your wife's there.
Oh yeah.
Get a twofer.
Yeah.
I wrote, I think, how many did I don't have my iPad right here. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it. For Herman's, I'm doing, I think, 8 typewriter songs, and they're all about typewriter love. So does that count?
Sure.
Okay.
Accept that.
Hey, yeah.
Or maybe more than 8. I have a half hour worth of song. Yeah, it was 8 songs.
Nice.
Oh, I lied earlier about not having typewriter news. I just remembered it as we were talking. I think I mentioned it because it's been a couple weeks since I've been on. I had mentioned that I had an escapement in that one typewriter I was redoing that I just could not get the little nut offs to get the escapement out. Finally found one, super cheap tool I picked up at Tractor Supply worked. That puppy's work, and all I needed was a little bit of honestly loosening of the nut, and it started working like a champ. So I got it fixed. Now I just got to get all the rust off of it.
Victory.
Excellent. Very cool. Yeah. So Larry, you're excited for virtual Hermans?
Oh yeah. I last year I sang, David let me sing for 3 hours, and I mean, it was exciting to me, and it still is exciting to me. I don't know if I got a year older or a year wiser, but it's like 3 hours. I don't know about that, but I mean, I could, but the problem is like listen to me now, I ramble. So like you get in between songs and you're like, I don't know what I want to do next. You just like, okay, I'll try this one, and you really need a set play set, and it'd be okay if I had a set play set for 2 hours, but that's a lot of work, especially when you're hard on yourself. You're like, okay, well, this one sounds a little better than this one. So finally, I've just got all typewriter songs this time. That's what I've got. And then if there's, if somebody wants me, if I don't think, listen to me talk now, I think that it'll last a half hour easy. Because 8 times 3 is 24. They're usually about 3 minutes long. Maybe one of them's like 4 minutes long or something. But then you talk in between them a little bit. And so I figured I'd have a couple extra songs in my pocket, but they're not typewriter songs because I want everybody to hear my typewriter songs. And then the other ones are just songs.
Hey, Larry, I actually, this is Dave.
Yeah.
I think I got you up until about 9:45. So there's about an extra 15-minute pad in there. So you could definitely go over, or you could sing a regular song too.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
So,
that's cool.
anyway.
But you tell me what to do, and I'll make sure and cover the 45 minutes, and then I'm not gonna. And I'll tell you what happened last year is because I'm using my amplifier, because you won't hear my voice if I don't, because my guitar is kind of loud, and when it goes through the phone, if I play with just my fingers, I can quiet my guitar down. But then if I play with my fingers, they're going to be worn out in 3 hours. I'm bleeding because that had to happen. So I would use a pick for 3 hours or whatever. And then last year it was, I don't know what time it was, but it was like 2 a.m. But anyway, my wife was a little bit like, I couldn't go to sleep. You were making noise. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, but she didn't come out and complain to me, but I found out about it afterwards. So it was pretty late at night.
Also, Larry, do remember that there'll be breakout rooms later on too. So, you just chat me if you want me to open up a breakout room for you to go into after and Iron has finished singing. There's just breakout rooms that'll be opened up. And if you want to go in there and we can make an announcement.
So is an Iron first or second?
He's after you, but then after he's over with,
I want to listen to. I want to hear him.
Sure, and after he's done though, if you want to take everybody into a room and you want to play some other songs, that's quite all right.
Well, I mean,
it's up to you.
I don't mind. Yeah, I
by ear.
And there's another thing is like the other night I did a Facebook Live for 2 hours just because I just felt like it. And at any given time, I'd see like one person on there, and I can still get into that a little bit, But what the reason I did that is because when I play by myself, and some people are great at practicing. I'm terrible at practice. I mean, I practice, but not like I don't get excited, and I'm not entertaining when I'm by myself. In fact, I'm more likely to like, okay, I'm playing and whispering the words instead of singing them, because it's like I don't want to spend the energy just like that. I like spending energy on. I got to have an audience. I love having an audience.
Sure.
And so, but I tell you what, like last year it was 3 hours, and we started out with a huge audience, and by the time we were done, maybe we had 4 people. Maybe I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, I think there were more than that. I think there were about 15 probably, because I stayed up until about 3 a.m. I think. 3, 4 a.m.
You know what they talk about, the psychology behind Facebook, where people are into the likes. In fact, they've changed it so you can get rid of your likes, and it's like, oh, if I didn't see 20 likes today, I'm depressed, And some people tell me, gosh, 20 likes, I only get 1 like, But right. It's easy to like freak yourself out, and when you see a bunch of people and then they all leave, you're like, oh wow, maybe I'm bombing here.
In short, I'm looking forward to your set, Larry.
Well, thank you, and I'm not a rock star, so they probably went through all this when they were teenagers, and now they're my age, and they're like, yeah, whatever, I've been through all that years, and they don't even remember they went through that, but I'm just like, it's something new to me. I mean, the last couple of years I've been playing in front of people, but it's still exciting to me. I love, and I'm sure they always get excited, but they went through those emotions that I'm going through already, and I'm just learning it, I guess.
No fear.
Well, the fact that you wrote would you say 5 songs about typewriters, I'd say you're doing pretty freaking awesome, because I could not write that type of songs.
Well, I did 8 of them this time. To me, I can, you can give me a song to write about and I'll write it. I mean, you call it a poem, call it a song. And to me, it's like this is something that I like doing. And then I've always put them to somebody. Well, not always. I've written a few of my own original songs, not about typewriters, but I'm usually always put them to other people's music, all the songs I write. And I don't make any money off of it. And I play at church, and so I write Christian songs to other people's songs too at church, and they love it. And because I like it, because they hear the tune, they know the tune, they're entertained by the tune, And then I try to put a message in every song I write. So that's what writers do. I mean, they try to put a message in their words. That's why people write. They want that's the way we communicate best. I don't communicate if I was with y'all live, which I've been with some of you live at Herman's, I don't know what to talk about. On here, I run my mouth because it's like, I guess I'm hiding, or so I don't know what it is. Hiding behind a microphone.
There you go. Excellent. Well, we are definitely looking forward to it, Larry.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Ted, what do you have there on your desk?
Oh, well, I have my love poem to my typewriter.
Ooh, nice.
And I clipped it onto my little contractor's thing that I wanted to show off.
Oh, nice.
So if you ever, are out, if you type outside or at cafes or something and you want something to hold your paper in, these little contractor clipboards are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Keep like
Find
what you're
that. That's
working on,
brilliant.
and then you can have all your spare paper underneath.
Wow.
And have like places for your pencils and stuff.
Nice.
But I just wanted
Oh,
to show
my.
that off because it's a thing that I like keeping around.
Definitely. I have one, but it's a modern plastic one, so it's not nice.
Oh, I mean,
Like aluminum.
yeah, this is all like stamped aluminum.
Wow.
It has
Very
a clip
cool.
that you can, if you're outside and you don't want your papers to blow away, you can clip them down.
Yeah.
But,
Excellent.
It's almost like a briefcase.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, I've seen some with handles on them too. So,
Yeah.
but originally, I guess they were used for people would put carbonless forms or carbon forms
Oh, yeah.
in there, and they'd pull out the form and then fill it out up here and then store it in the little storage there when it's filled out. So
You can still get new ones, but they're very expensive.
I would
Yeah.
imagine so. I mean,
Really?
these probably aren't cheap to make. So,
No, they're expensive.
but
Yeah, that's why I got a plastic one.
yeah, you can find them at thrift stores all the time, and it's like $2.
The Office Depot is having a sale on them right now. 40% off, only $25.
At the John Deere dealership where I worked when I first started there, they had the 3-part carbon work orders, and they kept the work orders in one of those file holders. I used to call it the work order can. You open the can, pull out the work order, clip it on, fill it out, and the mechanic, the soft copy, the hard copy would go into the time machine slot. Then the medium copy would go into the office. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, I found one here on Amazon for $18.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good. I've looked at them and they've been $50 or more.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a heavier.
Oh, that's up here in Canada.
Yeah, Canadian dollars, but still.
Yeah.
And you can also get them in like different sizes. Like this one's a much thinner one, but it still has the 3 compartments and the clip. So.
Oh,
you
nice.
have,
Yeah.
And then it clips at the top here, and then your paper storage is in there.
Very cool.
Wow.
If anybody wants to hear this song, the words, I'll do the, or I mean, I could play it if you really want me to, but I could just say the words and not tell you what the tune is, and then it'll be a surprise on Herman's Day. And this is just about typewriter love type stuff. So
go ye therefore.
Yeah, sure.
You want me to play it, or you want me to?
You could just read it.
Okay. So I won't tell you the tune. I know, be surprised. It's been a virtual Herman's Day. I like to watch typewriter play. Oh, this is gonna, well, whatever. Smiling faces I can see, especially when I just watch the fingers fly. I'll type on almost anything. I love to hear margin bells ring, and I love to hear the sound of friends typing all around. I like to watch their fingers fly. There's no better place I've found than Herman's place near Morgantown, but I'm glad to get a room at Virtual Herman's here on Zoom. I'll sit and watch and sometimes sigh. And I think I almost gave it away. I might have even, but I'm like, I need to get the meter. Yeah, I need to tell you the meter differently, otherwise you'll guess the song. But
Excellent. Well, we are looking forward to that.
All right.
And you had yours, Ted? And we do want you to sing it, Ted.
It doesn't go to a song.
He's a kazoo.
It's kind of a poem, though. So
excellent, excellent.
And it's the typewriter that I've had on my desk all for the rest of this session.
Nice.
Was that a deluxe?
It was a Royal Aristocrat.
Oh, it was Aristocrat.
Yeah, so
should have recognized it.
You wouldn't, except for the nameplate. They're the same. In fact, that's part of the poem. My Royal Aristocrat, all but in name, a quiet deluxe, almost the same. Missing a couple soundproofing panels, these I could fabricate, maybe of flannel. I do dearly love these late 40s Royals, and will always be and I will always be ferociously loyal, if I could get it out. The sober good looks, the dark crinkle paint, my praise for the Aristocrat will never be faint. So why does she live so long on my shelf? I have no excuse. I blame only myself.
Excellent, excellent. Very good.
Thank you.
Hey, Gregory,
Yes.
I have forgotten who I'm supposed to write my postcard to for last month. Is that something we get in our regular email, or is it something that's in our Type Pals account, or
Your email. Because I manually email it to everyone.
okay.
I could probably go through and find it, because
Okay.
the website keeps all those emails.
Oh, okay, that would be great if you could, because I've kind of lost it and I am just at a loss.
Okay. I will try to. In fact, I better write a note, because I will forget.
I'm trying to scroll through my own inbox and
You could do a search on your inbox. Just search for the sender, and if you find a message from Type Pals, that'll.
well, I that's what I mean. I'm going through the Type Pals, and it's just there's a lot of them, and
The subject would be postcard exchange. So if you could find that, but otherwise, I'm happy to look it up.
I found one, but it's just my event registration.
Okay.
I will try searching postcard exchange.
Yeah, that's all right. I can always look it up. Yeah. And Ted, earlier you were showing, you were holding something up. It looked like maybe a stapler or.
Oh yeah, because you guys were talking about the Space Cadets.
Oh.
The new Space Force, and I was showing off my Ace Cadet.
Let's zoom in on that. There we go. Oh, the Ace Cadet. Oh, there we go. There we go.
That's awesome.
That was funny.
I was being funny. So
I wondered why you were holding a stapler up. I was like, this has something to do with what we're talking about, but I'm not sure what.
Ace Cadet.
Excellent, excellent. Any other typing prompts or questions or what do you have there, Michael?
He's got an Ace 404. Or is that a cadet? That's a cadet.
That's a cadet, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
He's got the older one.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Nice.
I found it, Gregory.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Sorry.
I think we should gather up all the cadet staplers and ship them to the Space Force.
An idea.
They would probably get them and be so confused and
I
just
know.
like, who ordered these?
I think it's a terrorist attack.
And it looks like they're used. You don't even get new staplers.
But if you could invoice them,
yeah,
and get them to pay you for it, then
There
that
you
would be a,
There you go.
Good luck.
I know, huh? All
Well,
right.
the thing
any-
is, Ace
Yeah, go
still
ahead.
makes the cadet. I'm pretty sure. So
Oh.
still order them.
Ah.
So maybe somebody in requisitions at the Space Force would see that and be like, "Ooh, we need staplers, so I should get these for this reason."
Oh, I guess.
There we go.
I just wanted to.
Larry, you're causing trouble.
Yeah, I had to mute one of his because he has two open, and so it was creating an echo. There we go.
Sorry about that. I wanted to, that was a mistake because I wanted to show you this, and I should have turned the volume down. To what I should have done. I have my mom died in 2019, and she had this 2009 iMac, and I just upgraded it yesterday with a solid state hard drive, more memory, and put it in my garage because it's like, wow, this is pretty cool. It's got two big screens on it. And I wanted to show you, I don't know if you heard me typing, but I have the USB typewriter by Jack. I can't think of his name. And I use the USB typewriter to just log in just now. So it's kind of cool.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
I gotta turn, I hear you, but not very loud. Display audio, try that once.
Technology.
There we go. Now I hear you. Can you hear me just fine? I've never been on Zoom on this computer, but I set it up last night.
We can't see you.
We can hear you, but we can't see you, Larry.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. It said join with, well, it probably said join. I probably didn't read it. It said join with audio. Probably I thought it was telling me join the whole thing, but so let's see if I don't have it. I have to go get I gotta go get the code because I want to show you this. There it is. So go to Zoom. Jeez. Okay, join. I'll turn the volume all the way down. Do you have to do all caps for this code? Or the code? I didn't know.
Yep.
Okay. It makes it harder, doesn't it?
So I just got back from a little run to pick up Typewriter.
Oh.
Oh.
Can I show it to you? I'm so excited.
Yes, please.
Ooh.
Oh, pretty.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super sterling.
Super sterling, yeah.
That's the one.
Wow.
Love that color.
I know. And it has the I don't even know what you call that, but it's kind of
cover.
cool.
Articulating cover.
Sliding cover.
Just interest, what kind of ribbon spools do you have on there?
On
Just
the
interest. Slide the cover forward, metal, plastic.
one of each, one metal, one plastic.
Okay.
What kind of
Good
typeface?
question?
It's always a special find if you can find one with the original spools on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I seem to often get one metal, one plastic. I don't know why that is in particular, but that happened with the Underwood as well. The Olivetti, I have the originals. But I'm so excited.
Yeah. Congratulations.
That's very pretty. Have you typed on it yet?
Just briefly while I was testing it, while I was picking it up. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's its condition?
What's
Working?
that?
Does it work well?
Yeah, it seems to work well. The bell is really loud. It doesn't have a case though, so that was a little bit disappointing. But yeah, so I'm pretty excited.
You might not want to put it away anyway.
No, I know it's very pretty. I want to look at it.
Yeah.
Although if you're looking for a case, make sure that you look at your typewriter and what kind of case it fits into. There are two types, and one has like a rectangular slot at the back, and a piece at the front, and there's the older
Oh.
type. So
Okay, so hang on. I think, does that
But depending on the
explain
year-
that?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
okay.
So
What's that one?
I'll show you what it is. By the way, what keyboard does it have? Does it have a regular QWERTY English?
Yes. Yes, it's made in Canada.
But
and it's English.
No, because I saw it was made in Canada. I was wondering if it by any chance had a French Canadian one.
No, it's regular QWERTY.
No French accents or diacritics. Okay.
Okay, so it took me a bit of time, but if you're lucky and you find a dud typewriter, but it has this case, this kind of case.
Yep.
And inside,
oh yeah, I see.
It has this that goes into the back, and this piece at the front. That's the case that you want for your typewriter, and it's wide enough for the wide carriage that you have.
It's not wide carriage. I think it's regular.
What's the number of the ruler? What's the number on the ruler?
Well, it would be 82, I guess.
Oh, okay. So it is regular.
Yeah.
So you might be able to get away with a smaller case then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot heavier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
A lot of metal in this.
Heavy
And
metal.
yeah, that's like, if you look at them, I don't see much of a difference between yours and this Galaxy. I mean, even the style of the top and
Yeah, it's very
the
similar.
keys, and they're
Same
even
family.
Yeah, they're all the same. I've noticed on yours, these buttons were all the same.
I noticed that when Diane showed hers earlier as well.
And then
what-
same thing on the back. So just the same one.
Yep.
Daniel was showing the case. So and this one I leave out all the time. This is a really good typewriter.
Nice.
Be happy with that.
I will be.
Yeah. That's cool that you were able to go get it and come back and show it to us.
I get online. I'm like, are they still there? Did they
Yeah.
stop at 12 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
There's definitely one of the longer streams. Not the longest.
I got this.
Yes.
I
Go
have-
ahead. Go ahead,
I
Larry.
got, oh, okay. I got this USB typewriter here ready, I think. I mean, let's see if I can see what I'm trying to show you. Trying to show you my setup here. This is I got two big screens
that.
here.
Yeah,
I got this see, this is Jack Zilkin, I think is his name in it, that does his USB things. And what I did is took the Winston app and I made the typewriter in there kind of look like this. And wow, I'm not even taping them. Oh, I'm not taping. Okay. It's kind of cool, but I think it's kind of buggy, but it works in all the other apps really well. So let's see. Yeah.
There we go.
I mean,
Oh
it's
my
pretty awesome.
Oh
Except
my
I'm-
God.
Okay, so if you want to type your screenplays, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That's all
The ribbon. I mean, it works, but I put it on stencil and then I got several layers of paper that I just keep typing over top of, or I can put the paper in there and type that too. So. And then you can backspace and this particular app X's it out when you backspace.
Oh my God.
That's way cool.
There's no digital correct type, huh?
Does your monitor scoot or turn to the left when you hit the return carriage?
It falls off the desk. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that old video of the
That-
person knocking their
Aiming it
computer
up
off
at
the
the
desk.
desk.
Yeah. Anyway, I
Well,
just wanted you to see
yeah.
this cool. I think it's pretty cool. You know, I still have my mouse and stuff.
Yeah,
But anyway,
that's
Very cool.
awesome.
And that, is that a Safari?
Oh, the typewriter. Yeah, it's a custom. I
Oh,
have
okay.
a Safari. This is a custom.
Oh,
And
yeah.
this one was totally frozen up. I got it at CHKD where I was today, and a few years. This has been like 5 years ago, maybe, and it was like $5 or $4.99 or something.
Excellent.
And this is my first typewriter that I took completely apart everything. And then somebody, I can't remember if Rick Van Krugel or one of those guys told me about taking the like magnets and putting so you can get the ball bearings back in for the carriage, because that was like a challenge. Some people use grease, but I ended up using magnets and it worked really well to hold the bearings where I needed to, where I can put it back together. But yeah, I was really proud of it. And it's always more fun when you fix something. It's more fun when I fix up myself. So I just
and it's got that right space age look for it being a USB. Like you got that very modern vibe going. I like it. Very Jetsons.
Yeah. And it was the one that kind of looks it's cool looking and I love the way it types.
Yeah,
but
that's great
also,
typewriter.
I didn't want to mess up any of my other typewriters. And I thought, I've had this thing's been through the mill. I don't mind. And I don't think it messed it up because you can still type on it. So anyway.
Wow. Thank you so much for showing that.
Yeah, I just thought you might get a kick out of that.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
But with that, we do need to end here. We have
Greg, before
Oh yes.
I got
Yes.
one more thing.
Yes.
Diane, are you still out there?
Yeah.
Diane, I need you. I just finished all the gallery entries and I'm one shy of equaling 2020. So I'm one entry shy of equaling what we did in 2020.
Oh, for
So
the
there you go. I need your entry.
the beauty contest. Well,
Yep.
I'll get that. I'll get that. to
You're
you
awesome.
before the end of the night.
Thank you,
You only
Diane.
do one, right?
I'm at number 25.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
26 will equal, and one more after that. If somebody else is interested, one more after that will put us over the top.
I need
There you
to
go.
do that. I'm not going to win, but I need to do that just to put you over the top of nothing else.
All it takes is one picture to enter. You can put up to 4, but one picture will work.
All right.
Where do we send the entries?
It's you go to virtualhermans.com and you click
on the website,
to
okay.
beauty contests, and
Got it.
there's a
This is
form
the
there.
deadline, right?
Okay.
Today's the deadline, right?
Today is the deadline. Yes, I'll be closing it down. I probably won't close it down until morning, but to be honest, I said tonight, but I won't get up at midnight. No way.
Oh, okay, good.
So Gregory, I know we have to close, but I did find one typewriter adjacent thing to share, and I have a very short poem.
Okay.
Okay. The typewriter adjacent thing is that I did this run of prints on my little tiny press
I love that.
for the Open Press Typewriter Exchange. So it took a while to figure out exactly how I wanted to do the word, but it's challenging typing consistently on, I did 10 of these. Well, I did 12.
Wow. Yeah.
So, but I did that on my beloved George. I can't get him off my typewriter table. I just enjoy him too much. So this is my little poem. Valentine to my 1944 Corona Standard, George. Roses are red, violets are blue. You are so awesome. I really love you.
Oh. No, I was
Those are easy.
I was fully expecting someone to use that, and I was beginning to be disappointed that no one did. So thank you.
I come through for you once again,
Yeah,
Gregory.
I came to the rescue. Yeah.
Natasha, it's so nice to see you again.
Good to see you too, and good to see all you guys. It's been a while.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, and enjoy Virtual Hermans next weekend. or
yeah,
this weekend, this following weekend. And yeah, it's gonna be great. And then we'll see you here the week after. So thank you so much, everybody, and we'll see you next
So
time.
we'll see you all in a fortnight then.
Yes, exactly.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
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 Hey,
You too. Bye bye.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Likewise.